says this, we can see what you were saying and what you were doing. You see, so it's always good to keep it private.
If you can, I think.
Thank you, thank you.
I would want us after the whole thing, we just do a review.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, honorable members. Welcome back from the long weekend. Happy Youth Day, Happy Youth Month for those of you who are young at heart. Mashile, can you just check for me on the platform that the honorable members are on?
Morning, Chairperson,
yes.
and everybody on the platform. Yes, I can confirm that the majority of the members are on the platform. We are on above the threshold to start the meeting. Others will be joining us. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, understandably, Honorable Bateman, are you alive and well?
Yeah, alive and well, thanks, Chair. Good morning to you and to my honourable colleagues.
I see the boardroom of the city of Johannesburg is there. Honorable Mayor and your team, are you there?
Are we able to talk? Yes. Oh, yes, we are here, Chair. The team is here.
Fantastic. Well, we are certainly looking forward to engaging you this morning. I will officially open the meeting in a moment, and then we will then proceed as per the stipulated agenda. Mashile, may I ask you, please, if you could project the agenda for the meeting so that we can work from there. So, honorable members, this meeting is convened as part of the work that we are doing as it pertains to the Division of Revenue Bill and the Appropriations Bill, of which, considerate to that, we have tabled today's agenda to look principally at two areas. The first being the postponed item from the previous meeting of the City of Johannesburg and its presentation, keeping in mind that the City of Johannesburg, along with local government, sphere of government, receives on average over the medium term 9.7% of the national fiscus. And therefore, it becomes an important component of the work that we've got to do. So we will then, as per the agenda, take a presentation from the City of Johannesburg. And then immediately after that, we have an engagement with the Department of Health. What I'm going to suggest that we do, honorable members, is that according to the agenda, it says deliberations post the two presentations. The two issues are not the same, and therefore we are going to take the City of Johannesburg, have deliberations, then take the Department of Health, then have deliberations. So if that is agreeable to members, I'd like to structure the agenda in that manner so that we don't have to keep the City of Johannesburg through a presentation about health, and B, we don't have to keep the Department of Health through a presentation about the City of Johannesburg. And members can really deal with items issue by issue. With those inputs, is there a concurrence? And therefore, if there is concurrence on that, is there a member on the platform who would then move for the adoption of the agenda?
Yes, I so move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman. Is there a member who will second that?
Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Mwali. With that in mind, let us then with the agenda adopted, I want to welcome all the honorable members, welcome the City of Joburg, and obviously the Department of Health. Let me be clear and declare upfront that I am a resident of Johannesburg and therefore am in Johannesburg as we do this. And so the issues that we're going to be unpacking today pertain to a city that many of us, I know Honorable Galega Mazibugo and I served as councillors, she in the executive and I in the opposition. And so we have a deep interest in the city of Johannesburg and ensuring that the city works. So in many ways, that's not the reason why we had the city of Johannesburg here. Last week, we had the city of Mangaung, to discuss issues of local government, and we've, Honorable Mayor, had engagements with the South African Local Government Authority to deal more broadly with issues that pertain to the white paper on local government, the appropriations that go to local government, and what, in fact, this infrastructure fund on the multi-year, on the medium term, is going to be useful for. So, in essence, this morning's discussion really comes from a place. We are the Appropriations Committee, so we're not the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee, because that deals more specifically with issues broadly of local government. Our job is the custodians, effectively, of the Division of Revenue Bill, means that effectively we give oversight to that component of the budget, coupled with the Appropriations Bill and any other allocations that go on from there. So it is within that narrow frame that I want us, as we go through the presentation, be deliberate at looking at more the appropriations conversations, the structuring of local government. All of those issues are duly meant to be dealt with in the appropriations, in the appropriate portfolio committee. Let me lastly say, Honorable Mayor, that your team has sent us an extraordinary amount of slides, which I'm very appreciative of. And given that members have had a long weekend to go through them, there's a lot of detail that goes in there. It is not the expectation of this particular session that we invest going through every single slide and talking through every single point. I would like to ask that you will have in exact close to about 40 minutes to go through the presentation, because what that will do is give members sufficient time to interact with you. I don't want us to spend time on the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint has already been circulated to members. Each of them would have had that by Saturday roundabout, or when it was sent. And so members have an opportunity to engage with it. What I will urge, though, is that let us be deliberate at looking at the issues we can engage and deal with the city of, and deal with the questions about the city of Johannesburg. As I've already alluded, that it is common cause that we have another presentation post this with the Department of Health. Therefore, I'm very much going to be strict on time, because otherwise this meeting could finish at a time later than 1 p.m., which is when it is scheduled to end. I'm very much keen to give also the Department of Health the appropriate and the respective time that it requires, so that we deal with that as a function of the Division of Revenue Bill, and ultimately as it will inform our report as it speaks to appropriation. So with those guidelines in place, Honorable Mayor, let me welcome you, the city manager, and the team that is there. Allow you to introduce the team, and then you can go through the presentation, noting my inputs regarding how much time you have to present, and then we can go from there. Before I proceed, Mashile, I just want to check, are there any apologies that need to be noted?
Thank you so much, Chair. I saw the hand of the Honorable Kalega Mazibugu, but before that, I would want to convey the apologies on behalf of Honorable Khanyane, who is on exam leave, and or the Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Sarupen, who has sent an apology. And the last one is an apology from our colleague, Ms. Mamagazi. She's on leave. Noliolo Magazi.
Noliolo Magazi. Thank you so much. Noted. Honorable Kalega Mazibugu, I saw your hand go up. Is there?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. No, Chair, I wanted to submit the apology for Honorable Khanyane on behalf of the ANC. So it has been submitted. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kalega Mazibugu. With that note, having dealt with apologies, no other ones. And I want to say to members, I noted last week, Mashile, that there were some apologies being sent post the meeting. I mean, those can't be acceptable. We deal with apologies when we do. If members know there is a meeting coming, may I request that they send them prior to the meeting. It cannot be sent post the meeting. It is bad practice, and therefore that apology must be dealt with the whippery of the respective political party in this regard. Honorable Mayor, let me hand the floor to you. Welcome, and thank you very much for availing time this morning.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Maimani, and perhaps greetings to all members of the committee and of your support team. We have also invited, as part of our session, our MMCs and the speaker. I would like to greet them. So thank you for this opportunity, and on behalf of the city, please allow me firstly to apologize for not honoring the committee's request to attend last week's meeting. There was, of course, miscommunication between ourselves and the Secretariat of the Standing Committee. So rightfully, the communication for all parliamentarian engagements are processed through legislative mechanisms. I have engaged the Speaker of Council, Councillor Nobuhle, and we believe this situation will be corrected in the future. And we want to reassure the committee that it will never happen again. And secondly, as the leadership of the city, we regard Parliament and this committee as an accountability structure that should be and must be respected. And like ourselves, we are accountable to our people, our residents, and we are also accountable to the people of South Africa. So that is why it is important for us to put in place this apology and that this will never happen again. Please allow me, Honorable Member, to introduce my team. The team here, we have the MMC responsible for Environment, Infrastructure and Service Delivery, Councillor Jack Squaler. The MMC for Finance, Councillor Margaret Arnolds. The MMC of Transport, Councillor Kenny Kunene, and MMC for Public Safety, Councillor Mgcini Chwaku, MMC for Economic Development, Councillor Nomoya Mnisi. On the administration, is led by the Acting City Manager, Mr. Tsepo Makola, the Acting CEO, Mrs. Helen Botes, Group CFO, Debucha Moraka, the Group Head for Group Strategy, Zaid Ibrahim. We do also have the Executive Director for Environment, Infrastructure and Service Delivery, Debucha Mudiba. The Executive Director for Transport, Lutando Maboza. Executive Director, Economic Development, Motopani Masha. The Acting ED for Public Safety, Andres Mukabela. And our MD for Water, Mr. Nchabeni Mukwebo. Our MD City Power, Ms. Chifularo Mashaba. We expecting, of course, to join us, the MD from Pick It Up, Buki, Njingolo, and lastly, our MD for the Johannesburg Roads Agency, Mr. Zweli Nyati. So as indicated previously, the Speaker of Council and our Legislative Authority has also joined our meeting. I'd like to thank the Chairperson for making this session virtually, as it has also saved us the traveling costs, and would also like, whenever possible, that the committee to visit Johannesburg to see the challenges and the progress we are making. And we are happy to host the committee. One of the key projects we'd like them to see is the City Library, which was once a sad story, but where we are, the library has now become operational, and we'll be happy to show the committee the progress we have made. We are, of course, called to account on the following issues: a comprehensive report on the extent of the current water challenges experienced by the city of Johannesburg, and what are the plans that we are bringing or putting in place to stabilize the functionality of our water board. report on the plan to refurbish and repair damaged infrastructure, and an overview on working relation with law enforcement agencies to curb vandalism in the inner city. It also report on the plans to address the integrated public transport system and the turnaround strategy for improving financial controls and good governance. And we'll also report on the strategy to restore creditworthiness and capacity to attract investment and update on debt collection plans from household, government, departments, and businesses. We'll also report on contract management and steps taken to blacklist contractors who perform shoddy work for the municipality and strategies to deal with the impact of construction mafias in infrastructure projects. So the presentation will provide detail, and please allow me also to state the following, that the city is functional and will continue to change life and impact on service delivery by ensuring that service delivery takes place daily. And of course, as you do know, in our presentation, we do cover the fact that we are a home to 5.8 million people, and we do cover key services and percentages that we have achieved in terms of human settlements or formal dwellings, which accounts for about 81.8%. 99.3% have access to water, which accounts for just around 2.2 million households in the city have access to water. 89.5% have access to electricity, which accounts to about 2 million households in the city of Johannesburg. We also have about 94.6% which have access to sanitation. As the Minister of Sanitation will always say, sanitation is dignity. 85.7% receive refuse removal services, which accounts for about 1.9 million households. So these are the key statistics that demonstrate the work, or the good work that the city is doing. However, I would like to improve on this performance. I thought it's important to give that type of an overview, and also acknowledge that there are challenges which are structural and financial, and we have publicly stated that our challenges are complex and we don't have infinite resources, and the city is not financially stable as yet, and infrastructure is decaying, and service delivery backlogs have reversed the gains we've also made in the past. So through our IDP review process, we have publicly stated our challenges, and key to our challenges is financial sustainability, which has indicated our financial position and the challenges that we have. The infrastructure collapse, which is based primarily on the aging infrastructure in the city, and also affected by vandalism, both our electricity and water infrastructure. And we have also noted that over 30% of our bulk electricity and water infrastructure has passed its design life, which also requires that we continue to invest to refurbish this infrastructure. We've also accepted that we have water leaks, which have affected our ability to also provide water constantly. We've also admitted and accepted that yes, we have weak service delivery capacity in some areas, which requires us to improve, and part of it requires us to deal with contract management and institutional misalignment so that we can align the institution. Erosion of accountability and oversight, which remains part of our challenges, and we do note the oversight reports by bodies like the Auditor General, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and other civil society organizations, which have also helped us, therefore, to focus on the report by the Auditor General to respond to those challenges. So these are amongst the key issues that continue to affect our municipality, but we continue to bring solutions to resolve those issues. I have stated that our state of infrastructure report has indicated a total of around 220 billion in infrastructure backlog. And that is what we require for us to be able to turn around in the short, in the medium, and the long term, our infrastructure in Johannesburg. And this would account for Joburg Water, a backlog sitting at about 32 billion. For JRA, which is our roads entity, we're sitting at about 39.5 billion in terms of backlogs in addressing road resurfacing, gravel roads, and of course, stormwater and our bridges. City Power, it's accounting for about 44 billion in terms of what we require. And of course, we are also dealing with issues around our overdraft to try and get it right. So that's where we are in terms of the challenges. However, we have put in place a service delivery war room, focusing on high impact service delivery, ensuring that we implement service delivery, and we are beginning to see the high impact service delivery war room yielding results, especially in areas like the inner city in region F, and we are now focusing in region B and region C. We also noted the fact that the city, through the executive mayor, have also reached out to the president, and we are implementing an intervention through the presidential support package, which is also assisting us to look at issues around integrated public safety, so that we can address issues around collaboration between the SAPS and JMPD and other law enforcement. And in that regard, we have also signed a contract with the Minister of Police, technical support on infrastructure and support for non-paying areas, and lastly, intergovernmental relations to ensure that there's constant support between National Treasury and COGTA. So these are the key issues as I have raised, and of course they form part of the Johannesburg turnaround plan. And this turnaround plan will then focus on the following work streams: governance, financial sustainability, water sanitation, electricity and energy, clean and safe public spaces, safety and security, human settlements and social development, inner city rejuvenation, cultural institutions, and heritage site. And we have therefore asked for the inclusion of an economic growth as part of the work stream, so that we can focus on growing Johannesburg GDP with an percentage point, so that in the next 5 years, we should see our GDP growing at least at 3%. So those are the issues. And of course, to support all this intervention, I've used my powers as guided by the Local Government Municipal Systems Act to establish a team that will assist us in ensuring that we achieve this. And for purposes of the soccer, we therefore called this team a bomb squad, which in essence is basically a project management office. And we recommend or determine that, and this team will help us to ensure that we can achieve the set goals that I have spoken to. Therefore, honorable members, we hope that this committee, an approach to help us to deal with water challenges and all other challenges in the city, we have taken our steps to improve governance and service delivery. In conclusion, let me indicate that at this stage, I want to speak before I step down on investment attraction, and we have made sure that the strategic priorities of their city have investment attraction to impact, or rather attraction to impact actions. And our priority number 2 is focusing on restoring financial sustainability. So we have said that in this financial year, we'll be targeting investment in high growth sectors, such as digital transformation and logistics, to expand Joburg's revenue base. On priority 3, on reclaiming the inner city, we said we'll continue to create economic hubs that attract business investment and create employment. The last priority, which is key on us, is priority 5, which is focused on digital economy and network infrastructure. So these are the key priorities that we think would assist in as far as investment attraction and growing the economy. Investment in digital infrastructure to position Joburg as Africa's leading smart city. And we'll also do expansion on key industries such as logistics, manufacturing, and renewable energy. We are focusing on bylaw enforcement as one of the key areas, which we have taken a view that is non-negotiable, and the city will be implementing the broken window approach to tackle high crime levels, and public safety department in collaboration with other law enforcement agencies is dedicated to reducing crime and promoting safety. We're also looking at the ward-based policing program, which will be led by JNPD, which seeks to create safer communities by bringing Metro police officers closer to the people. However, this program will also be extended to other entities in as far as health, environmental health, building inspectors, so that it's a coordinated approach, which is ward-based. At this stage, I also want to indicate that we have an integrated intelligence operations center, which leverages state-of-the-art technology to help us with real-time data and proactively address a range of incidents, including crime, fire, and traffic management, and bylaw enforcement. Lastly, Chairperson, as I sit down, we are concerned quite seriously about contract management in the city, and as guided by the Auditor General, we will be implementing her recommendations. And you'll see in the report, as the city manager will be presenting, how we intend to deal with this matter. And in particular, we want to ensure that our probity recommendations will be implemented, and the city manager can therefore be held accountable. I therefore take this opportunity, and I hope that members have received my presentation, and I'm happy to hand over to the city manager to present. And I would like to suggest that he touches on key areas so that the committee has requested that we do all our presentation within 40 minutes to allow for them to engage. And I think at this stage, our interest is also to listen and learn from committee members on how they will counsel and advise us. So suggest city manager, we focus on key issues so that we reduce the time spent on the presentation to allow for inputs from the committee, having noted that members of the committee has already had the opportunity to go through our presentation. Chairperson, with your permission, may I therefore request our city manager to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Mayor. If the sharing could be enabled so we could present. And thank you, Chair. Good morning to yourself and all the committee members, the colleagues that are with us here, and the MMCs online. Mr. Mayor, through that guidance, the first 4 slides really were showing how we prepared the presentation to respond to the actual questions that would have been received through the committee. And I think I'll skip through the first 3 ones, because basically those ones, Chair, we are talking to the background of the city, and I'm sure the committee is well aware of the location of where the city is. We touch little bit on the population, which obviously puts a bit of strain on the infrastructure, but also has a strain on the work that we deliver. And then we also show a bit of a demographics. What is critical there, Chair, is really the youth and the 33% youth and the unemployment that comes with it, and hence the plans and the economic development plans that we had set put in motion. The next slide is really about the developmental work that we've done as the city over years. On the left, we talk about access to, if we could go to the slide on access to basic services. We just demonstrate formal dwellings and the amount of water we are providing. And then we also talk about the economic growth, the national GDP, the growth of the city, unemployment rate, the poverty rate. And then, of course, we talk about the social index, talk about the human development index, the quality of life, really just to demonstrate how far we've come as local government, as a city. The next slide is really just the city's long-term vision, which is the Growth and Development Strategy 2040, which is really driven by the vision there is a world-class African city. But really what we do want, what comes out must be that the city is resilient, sustainable, and livable. And all of these 4 outcomes is what shapes the city's implementation model in terms of the mayoral, sub-mayoral committees, and the 4 outcomes of the Growth and Development Strategy. I think we are demonstrating that. The next slide. Thank you. So here we are just, I think the mayor touched a lot on some of the challenges. We are just basically showing the city's 11 priorities in terms of the mayoral committee and the outcomes, but also these comes out from the Growth and Development Strategy. On the left, of course, is the challenges that the mayor spoke to. I will not repeat, but these are some of the opportunities that we've seen. The issues of economic growth, particularly the digital economy, improving public participation so we have a better understanding and a social compact with our communities so that we can improve those services. So, Chair, those were really just the background. What we are then going to...
Honorable, sorry. It's the device labeled NIS, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know which the device is. Please, could you mute your device? Mashile, may I request that you remove that honorable that member there? I'm not sure it is. City manager, if you can hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'll hold.
Is it honorable?
Mashile,
Mnisi.
it's
It's Councillor Mnisi. Councillor Mnisi, please mute.
Mashile, please remove the councillor from the platform, please.
Honorable ma'am.
Honorable Mayor, if somebody has got a number for Councillor Mnisi, if they can call them directly so that they can be out of the platform, it will help us proceed with the meetings. Mashile, if you can remove them, it's going to happen all morning because they are not in the meeting.
Yeah, she's been removed. Let me go back to the slide. Yes, she's been removed. Say.
Thank you very much. And may I make it clear, Mashile, please make sure they are not accepted back. If you can't respect the meeting, please, we can't have people doing their own thing. City manager, please proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. So I think, Chair, we'll then hand over to the MD Joburg Water to really get to respond to the water demand and water conservation issues. And then, of course, we'll be followed by City Power and then the Group CFO. But it's one presentation. I wanted the technical areas to then be covered. So, MD, if you could just take us through those, given just manage the 40-minute time that we already have.
Thank you very much, CM, and good morning, honorable members. The key, honorable members, about the water supply in Johannesburg is that if you look at the overall system for Gauteng, the system is under strain simply because the demand is higher than the supply. And we've been really, as the city of Johannesburg, implementing the intervention. Those interventions really is to assist us to be able to get the demand down. And why it's important for us to get the demand down is, as the largest user of the system in Gauteng, of course, because of our size, the system will never stabilize if the demand for Johannesburg is not going down. So you'll have seen in our presentation, we've demonstrated the work that we are doing, which this slide is talking to, all the intervention that we're having, which are in the main issues around the infrastructure, issues around reserve and so on, where we are aiming to be reducing 37,000 megaliters. You'll be able to see that we've started seeing that reduction happening, where if you compare our demand year on year, it's down by about 4%, but if you compare to the peak, it's down by about 6%. So this is because of the aggressive water demand management intervention, which was started as the city in the month of November, and we've been seeing the demand going down since then. But we're not here where we want, because ultimately we need to be able to get the demand down from the peak by about 12%. And as I say, if you compare where we are and the peak, we are now down by 6%. So these are all the interventions that are in the screen, which we are carrying on implementing them. So if you go to the next slide here, so in the next slide, really, we thought for the committee, we can just zoom in into the, out of the overall strategy that we're implementing, what are the key issues? Of course, if you look into the next 3 to 6 months, we'll be starting with 18 reservoirs. You look into the issue of PRV management, which we have really been implementing. This is what is helping us to be able to get to that point of reducing the demand. But moreover, we are also looking at the issue of smart controllers that are going to be done within the next 12 to 18 months. As the EM indicated around the issue of investment, we are aiming that from next financial year, which is starting now in July, there will be more focus on pipe replacement, where we'll be able to be doing about 80 kilometers per annum as a way of needing to deal with the issue of the poor network that we have. So the next slide, really, members, zoom in into our historic challenge that we're having around investment. So you'll be able to see in this slide that the historically, we've not really been investing at the right pace, especially looking at the renewal of infrastructure, because the top graph there shows that we need to be hitting the red line if we really were renewing the infrastructure correctly, and we have not been able to achieve that. So what is the plan? Of course, as part of the turnaround strategy that the mayor spoke about, and also the trading services reform, there is an intervention that we're aiming. We've got an investment plan, which is in the next slide, which that investment plan is looking at investing 32.5 billion in the water infrastructure for the next 10 years. This is the investment plan that's been submitted and approved by council as part of the trading service reform. And we are mainly looking at the issue of water demand management, which is really bulk of it will happen in the first 4 years, about 64%. And here it will be helping us to further take the demand down and also deal with the issue of non-revenue water. We are looking at also renewing the network in general, and also looking at the performance of our plants. So this is the investment that we believe that is going to help us in getting the infrastructure to perform the way it should. And the last point around investment that I just want to add, we are also looking at the issue of really getting the private sector to assist us where possible. You'll be able to see on that slide, we're talking about the Triple P, where we've got the Platinum advisor that were appointed about a month back by GTEC that are going to assist us in some of the mega projects that we need to be implementing around alternative water that we need to get into the city. So my last slide, really, in the which is the next one, is just talking about the issue around the revenue protection and bylaw enforcement, as the committee requested. There's a strong focus around water services bylaw, because we admit that there is a high number of bypassing of the meter, which we see, especially in the area where we've got prepaid meter. So there is this strong focus so that we can be able to make sure that all those that are metered and that have bypassed the meter, we're able to bring them to book, simply because it's not possible to be able to reduce demand if people are not paying for the service. So this is what this slide is talking about. And thank you very much, Sia.
Yeah. Look, thank you through you, Chair. Our issues are just based on maintenance and meeting the requirements on the ground. So, holistically, I just want to summarize the fact that from the projects that we took from the mayoral Lekgotla, one of them was to prioritize the economic nodes and make sure that we prioritize resurfacing, as well as you are aware that our infrastructure is very, very old. So from refurbishment, as you can see, we have spread our refurbishment according to regions. And as you can see, there's length of kilometers that are supposed to be covered. From region A, you're looking at about 73.8. Region B, you're looking at 60. Region C, you're looking at 78. Region D, 117. So basically, those are just the length of kilometers that we plan to cover in the next financial year. And obviously, there will be some in-house work that we're doing that concerns infrastructure that's associated with road network. So it's only not the resurfacing, but there's other related infrastructure. And obviously, at the bottom of the screen, you will see the total that we're having of 634 in terms of length. So it's associated with the budget that is allocated. So we haven't requested really anything beyond that. But in summary, that's basically the submission from us as the GRA to say we're still in line with what is expected from the mayoral Lekgotla and other priorities of the city. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. We move to the next slide. I think we should be at City Power now.
Thank you, City Manager, and an acknowledgement to the chairperson and the members of the committee and our executive mayor. From City Power slide, if you can just go on to a few more slides. These are still the GRA slides. We can just zoom in on the one slide of the backlog, and I can talk to that. I think it's slide number 26. You can carry on, please. You can even skip the slide. I'll use the one slide to summarize. Thank you so very much. If you can go to the previous slide, sorry, it's my apologies. It seems to have moved a little bit further. We need to go back to the backlog slide. Please go back. Again, please. This is the detail. Again, please. Thank you. Okay, we seem to have challenges with moving. I'll just try to talk to it. It's actually slide number 25. I'll talk to it. It's not this one. I think this one is GRA, slide number 25. So from City Power, the executive mayor in the one after this one, please.
Is it
Please
this
go on
one?
to the next one. No, the one just after this one, please. Thank you so very much. My apologies for that mix-up. As the executive mayor, when he was doing his intro, he did allude to the fact that there's about a 44 billion rand backlog on investment for City Power. So in line with the question that was posed for COJ to respond to, we are then zooming in to indicate the current refurbishment and replacement of infrastructure that is happening, but just creating the context in terms of what we are faced with. So when you operate an electricity network, you have to automate that network so that you are able to remotely operate it, but so that the grid is also modernized in a manner that it allows also for self-healing, so that you then avoid certain outages because your grid will be able to do all of that. Now, we've got a backlog for us, which amounts to about 1.2 billion rand, but for this particular financial year, there is some investment that is going in that regard, a total of about 70 million rand. It's going to the substation automation part so that we can be supported. This comes, it's quite critical usually when you've got, for example, during periods of load shedding, it assists us so that we can then be able to remotely operate as opposed to us being on site doing that. Then we are talking about the transmission and the distribution network. This talks to the fact that we unfortunately have a high number of transformers that are actually in a very unhealthy state at this point in time in our substation, and that does result in fires in our substation. We also have a lot of underground cables that are still of the old technology. For example, the cables that run underground in our tunnels, and every time there's incidents of theft and vandalism, we end up with fires in the tunnels that result in the CBD being dark. We also have quite a lot of old obsolete feeder boards and switch gears in our various substations. So that is the backlog that we're indicating there, but with an indication that there is a commitment to move the needle in terms of refurbishment. And for this year, there's about 300 million rand that will go to the transmission network and about 260 million rand that will go onto the distribution network to try and address some of those issues of the backlog. We also find ourselves with a backlog also in public lighting, where we find our streets being dark. Primarily, it's two reasons. It's either the old street lights that needs to be replaced through our maintenance program, or unfortunately, it's the theft and vandalism that happens in our communities where the street lights are chopped. There's a big program of replacing this with solar high mast lighting, as well as solar, so that we can go green as part of our going green strategy, but as well as concrete poles, so that they then don't get chopped. And there's an amount of about 16 million rands for this particular financial year that is going into lighting this. As an example, the executive mayor in his State of City address would have spoken about the Lanseria airport, that when you go there, the streets are dark. So we are making sure that we prioritize and we are able to keep the lights on in that regard. All of this means we must be able to recover this return on investment through the revenue that we collect from our citizens. And our instrument at this point in time is the meters. We need smart meters so that we can then account for the revenue. We've got about a 2 billion rand outstanding that we need about 2 billion rand to be able to invest onto the meters. And for this financial year, there'll be about 120 million rand that is being dedicated to us to start installing these meters. So I thought I'll just use this one slide to summarize the rest of the slides, which is the detail of what we are going to be bringing in. Maybe the other slide, if you can go through, is just to indicate our efforts on theft and vandalism. This is just the detail. If you can go through, I just want to be able to indicate that as City Power, we're hard at work, supported by public safety, JMPD, supported by SEPs, and supported by the other clusters as well, to deal with the theft and vandalism on our infrastructure, and there are some positives in terms of arrests that are being made in that regard. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Sam, and the Executive Mayor, and the honorable members. I think I'll also just summarize. If you can go to slide 35. That slide is just showing the overall network of the city of Joburg and how we plan on making sure that we move people within the city of Joburg. So there is a backbone that is the primary network. Primary network is made of the next slide. You can go down. Move down to about slide 35. The next slide. Yes. So you can go one up. Up the first slide, 35. Oh no, up. Up. Yeah. Okay. You just passed the slide. Okay, I'll keep talking. Yeah, the next slide from there, and then you can stop from there. So our primary network is made up of we call it phase 1A and B. That's operational. It's from Soweto to the CBD. There's then phase 1CA that we want to implement in July. That is now from town to Alex and Sentin. And then phase 1CB is then extension from Alex and Sentin towards Metro. So then that is supported by a secondary network that you will see that we want to integrate the PTOG integration. Those are those normal buses, core buses, and metro bus integration. And we're also doing a study on the minibus taxi integration to make sure that our network is fully functional. Next slide. The next slide is just going into detail into the operations of phase 1A and B. Phase 1A, we have has run its course of 12-year contract and it come to an end. And the city now is preparing to start a new contract where we've awarded another contract to start those with phase 1A. And then we've got phase 1B, that is also running a 12-year contract as a BOC. Phase 1A, that's where most of our problems have been for the lack of buses, but with the start of the new contract, hopefully that will be now history. Next slide. Next slide is going into detail. The next slide is going to detail in phase 1C. Phase 1C, it's the new contract that we have to start. That is starting from the city center to Alex and then Santi. Phase 1C needs 141 buses to operate, but those buses have not yet been procured by the BOC, and those buses now are in the process of being procured. The BOC is about to secure a funding for those buses, but in the interim, slide 38, we have, as the city pitches 68 buses so that we can start with operations of phase 1C from town to Alex and Santin, so that we are able to start operations while we're waiting for the delivery of 141 buses. That's now the interim phase that is going to be starting now in July, so that we can operationalize the station. That I'm sure members that are in the city, they have seen those stations that are not operational. Now, if you go to Santin, you can see that we are now starting to open up those stations. The net around them has been moved. The complaint, especially those in Santin, of that this station has been sitting there for more than 5 years. We are in a point now where we are starting to remove the barricade, and we are preparing for operations for the interim service. The next slide I'm going to skip is just a summary of our IPT network and who runs what in our network. I've already talked to that slide. That's the interim service that I was talking about. If you go down to slide 40, I think the other slide is just talking about our budget and our operations. Then I will, that slide is the correct one. That slide is just showing one of the phase 1A operations, the Zamaiso. That one has been our shining star. That PLC has been operating very well. That's what has been keeping the operations in the city ongoing. So if we go to the next slide, that is what has happened to the system over the years. We are at a point now where COVID, the system has been falling. We're at a point now we have to take the system up again. The reason for that, like I said before, it was the phase 1A operations where we had really those operations were not as operating as they should be because of the lack of buses. The next slide is just going into some of the challenges that we had. Those are some of the challenges that we've picked up contract management, we picked up that managing these BOCs is not as simple as we maybe have been doing them. They are very complex contracts. And we have now decided as the city to then ensure that we get the necessary people to manage these contracts. We have been getting operational people managing the contracts. And when we compared with the city of Cape Town, we realized that for their BOCs, they've got dedicated lawyers, more than 7 lawyers that are just managing the contract aspects of these BOCs. And that's what we've been doing, and that's where our shortfalls have been. Now we've decided that we have to go very strong in contract management and ensure that the BOCs are managed properly. The next slide, you will see that is the challenges I said of the stations where maintenance has not happened for a while. But now we have appointed contractors. Contractors are on site through the help of JRE and the city manager. The contractors on site, most of our stations now are back online, and we can respond to maintenance issues easily and quick. The next slide is just talking about some of operational challenges, where I said one of the BOCs in Biotrans phase 1A was really not operational. You can see in the graph the planned kilometers that they were supposed to operate, and the orange is the kilometers that they've been operating. They cannot meet the demand. But what has happened now through the tender process, the new contract has been awarded. We're in the process now of operationalizing that contract, and hopefully coming January next year, we will have buses to fully operationalize those kilometers. Okay, next slide, I've already talked about the stations, and that now contractors on site that are dealing with the station challenges. The other one, the next slide, was fare evasion. We had an absolute fare system. Now we have a new system. I think I've touched on all the challenges, the CM, and I think I can leave it here. But we are responding to all the challenges that we have encountered in the system so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think let's take public safety and then, it's finance, and then we'll round off a really high level and group silver. So let's do it. Then we'll take public safety.
Yeah, thanks, City Manager. Good morning.
Just to the team, just keeping conscious of time. Finance is also going to have to take its own appropriate time. So if just be alive to the time component, I'm going to give you an additional VAR time, as they say. But if we can begin to.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning to yourself, all honourable members on the call, Executive Mayor, City Manager, and all colleagues. So my slides start at slide 58, where we talk about the strategy for revenue collection, and creditworthiness. So if we go to the creditworthiness slide, we'll see this is just a summary of Moody's. Next slide. It's just a summary of Moody's, which is obviously one of the key rating agencies that rate the city. They were here in the city in March, and this is the rating that they've given us for now. So we remain stable. They'll be back again, obviously, in October for the second round of ratings, but we remain stable. They expect us to remain stable through prudent financial management in the context of, obviously, of recent shocks that we know, which is load shedding and water shortages. So our management of how we navigate through those challenges, they've told us what could lead to an upgrade, which is obviously increasing our liquidity and especially our collection performance and our operating performance as well, to bring about efficiencies and factors that could also lead to a downgrade. Now, this slide is important because when we talk about the city of Johannesburg entering the capital market, the EM and all colleagues who have presented before have talked about the need for reinvestment into infrastructure. Now, you reinvest in infrastructure in 3 ways, basically. It's the grant funding that we get from national, it's our own cash that we can put up, or we enter the capital market in terms of loans and borrowings for the long-term part of it. There is a 4th element, obviously, that we are looking at in terms of triple Ps or let me say off-balance sheet financing. We are working quite closely with the DBSA on it. Therefore, making sure that we remain stable according to our credit rating is quite critical if we are to bring in all that monies that we need within the city of Johannesburg. So I think that's just a summary of that slide. We can move to the next one. The next few slides is really the capacity to attract investment. We talk about the Joburg's Economic Growth Strategy 2025. It's newly minted. It's still going through the various committee systems, but in essence, it's about making sure that the city of Johannesburg is more attractable to investors, because we understand that the challenges that we face, obviously, with everyone coming to the city of Johannesburg as the city of opportunities, government alone can't do the work. So we are making it much more attractable for investors to come into the city. And really the next few slides talk about that. We are talking about the rebates that we are giving to businesses, particularly in the inner city, as part of our drive to rejuvenate the inner city. The township industrial development rebates, as well, to make it more industrialized in the townships, to employ our people. And there's various other strategies that we've got in our slides in terms of economic growth. The point is to ensure that the city of Johannesburg is growing at a stable economic growth, to get our people employed, to attract investment into the city of Johannesburg, and obviously to make sure that money is coming in for infrastructure investment and refurbishment. We've talked about the backlogs in terms of roads, power, and water. And I think, Chair and honourable members, what is encouraging is the market is still has an appetite to invest in the city of Johannesburg. We are talking to various DFIs. DFIs are development banks such as DBSA. There's various international ones to bring in much needed funds into the city of Johannesburg, particularly in the water and power space, in essence. I think, presenter, we can just move then towards the revenue collection slides in the interest of time. So in terms of our debtors book, Chair and honourable members, yeah, you can leave it here, it's fine. But what we have done, just the previous slide, sorry. Just the previous slide, presenter. Yeah, that you can leave it here. Yeah, thank you. So you can leave it here. Thanks. So in terms of what we are doing with our debtors book, firstly, we've segmented the debtors book into what we call recoverable debt and what we deem as irrecoverable. We don't. Please leave it here please leave it here for now. Please leave it here. It's fine. So the segmentation of our debtors book into what we call recoverable and irrecoverable, meaning that there is a part where we say we must then be aggressive in terms of collections, disconnections, taking out our infrastructure. There's an element that talks about long outstanding debt. Obviously, we know what had happened during COVID, where a lot of residents and businesses were in financial trouble. That is a separate process that we are pushing through our attorney collection panel. And also there is a report that we'll be taking to council. It's actually ready now. We're just getting comments from entities around debt write-off. But debt write-off, we want to link it to what we call a debt rehabilitation program, where long outstanding debt for any resident or business, we can look at writing it off with the promise, or at least the acknowledgement from that resident and business, that they will keep the accounts moving forward on current. But in terms of the project Lokisa, which is the main pillar or the main strategy now in terms of collection, we are looking at 5 main pillars: fast tracking of query resolution, enhanced collection, revenue collection, AdCall, which is our attorney collection, system and processes. We acknowledge that some of our systems are archaic and old, and obviously the trading services reforms that are being pushed by National Treasury, making sure that certain systems and processes and people are moved back to the entities for better system management, firstly, process management, and single point of accountability in terms of our bills and collections thereof. So you will see in the fast tracking of query resolutions, it's a matter of both group finance and the entities, because we've seen that some of our debt, around 5 billion, is stuck within the query space. So if you can fast track resolving what queries, some of them are valid, some of them are really frivolous from our residents. But where we have to resolve, we must resolve and where we have to install new meters, we must. And the revenue collection strategy, we talk about how we are targeting from our VIPs, the big customers, government, and obviously affluent residential customers. The ad call, where we talk about irrecoverable debt, where our attending collection panel will come in. Section 118, that is when you sell your house, and making sure that we collect from your conveyancers, for example. Systems, again, upgrading our systems, making sure that they're in line with 2025, really making it easier for customers also to be engaging with the City of Johannesburg. And I think the last pillar, talking about trading entity reforms. The next slides really then talk about each step in quite detail. So I won't go through that, but in a high level, Chair and members, those are the slides. I think, presenter, if we were just then to move to contract management, I'll take that as well, which is slide 70. Yeah, so if you move just 2 slides down, when we talk about the contract monitoring tools that we have put in place. So in the past, really, contract management in the City of Johannesburg was more manual on spreadsheets. There is a system that has been implemented now. What we have done also then to enhance contract management, because we know it's not just a tick box exercise. The Center of Engineering within the Office of the Chief Operating Officer is looking at various engineering contracts as well to make sure that they are being delivered as per specification, and non-performing entities can be blacklisted. So that's currently happening. Other contracts are also monitored by our supply chain unit, including our group legal and contracts unit. Next slide, please. This is just the monitoring evidence. We obviously give this kind of information also to the AGSA, where we look at monthly performance. There must be meetings that are undertaken by the departments and entities with their suppliers, and reconciliation of expenditure to make sure that we are paying for the correct work that's being done. The last slide that I want to touch on, next slide, which is the last slide I want to touch on, is the blacklisting committee, which I will chair as the CFO. It will include members of group legal, supply chain, merchant payment, and 2 members from the entities, where we'll get the reports from the entities and departments, and poor performing contractors are being blacklisted. This committee will start, the first meeting is envisaged for 1st of July, but blacklisting is already ongoing at entities, and ours now is to enhance this control more efficiently at a city level, and that's why group is then coming into place as well. I think, Chair, that's all I wanted to touch on from a finance and a contract management point of view, to say there is a collaborative effort with all departments within the City of Johannesburg. There is a collaborative effort with external stakeholders to bring finances into the City of Johannesburg. We do remain stable in terms of credit worthiness. Ours is to make sure that we are upgraded moving forward, taking into account, obviously, the economic performance, the pressure that's on our residents, and the need for us to improve collections, bring efficiencies, and to bring down our water and electricity losses. And that's why a lot of our key investments in infrastructure in the medium to long term are only on infrastructure entities. That being said, we are aware that in October, when the Minister of Finance talks about the midterm budget, the trading entity reform grants that essentially are coming from the engagements that we are having with the World Bank with National Treasury will start then coming into the 8 metros in particular. I think the first tranche, we are expecting it in January, February. Then moving forward, those grants will come through to augment the monies that the cities are spending on these key infrastructure entities. The agreement is that a one-on-one spend is required. So if National gives the City of Johannesburg, for example, 2 billion, we would then be required to also invest a similar 2 billion into the same entities, whether it's our own cash or we do engage with the capital markets, or like we said, it's various mechanisms of off-balance sheet financing. That's where I will stop, Chair. I think the next city manager is Metropolis. Thank you very much, Chair.
And if we could just summarize.
Thank you, CM. Thank you to the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, the MMCs, our Honorable Mayor. Here is just to give a feedback on what we are doing as Metropolis. in the fight against the construction mafia, the provincial Prof Joints has taken a decision to institute the Priority Committee on Illicit Business Forum, which is aimed at countering the construction mafia. The Priority Committee is chaired by, in fact, the Police Commissioner chairs it and co-chairs it with the head of organized crime in the province. And the Priority Committee is also working with other metros, SEPs, security companies, business against crime, and all construction companies. Our deployment as well in the fight against construction mafia through our ward-based policing, our members in the wards patrol all the construction areas where these members come and confront in order to make sure that they stop the constructions. So our police officers make sure, and they will do their early warning systems where we'll immediately deploy and arrest the culprits and also try and take them through courts. But also what's important, Chairperson, is that our successes there, we had a lot of successes where we had a stoppage at the Brixton Water Project, where we arrested 4 people and that thing stopped and the project is running. I'm not going to say much. Thank you.
Chair, I think we are done with our presentations and we'll then hand over to you and members of the committee, and thank you once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mayor and the team, and thank you for the comprehensive work that you've put forward in the presentation. Let me then recognize members who have a number of questions. Mayor, obviously, there is, as members are putting up their hands, there is this report on News 24. I never like to not give an opportunity regarding some of the issues with City Power as an entity and its own function. So I'd like you, when the opportunity comes around, if we could begin to speak about that issue, because naturally it is of public interest, and it speaks of an entity that is spending money on frivolous issues whilst there's an energy crisis that is unfolding in the country. So, Honorable Mayor, if you could think through that particular question, because as it is topical now, I'd rather we get out of the way. I recognize Honorable Kalega Mazibuko, Honorable Mkonto, Honorable Waitlin, Honorable Bateman, and Honorable Mwali. Let us go in that order. Honorable Kalega Mazibuko, let me hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, may I request to switch off my video? You have seen that I am present just for the case of network.
No, that's 100%, Honorable Member. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much to the Joburg team. You have already declared on my behalf, Chair, the interest in Johannesburg as Joburgers and Sowetans in particular. Chair, let me first appreciate the presentations. It was quite a lot of presentations, as we know that City of Johannesburg has also a lot of entities. So you will pardon us because we have a number of questions. Firstly, Mr. Mayor, let me zoom into your comments, your opening remarks, and the challenges you have put before the committee. I must say that indeed your service delivery war rooms, as well as your turnaround strategy or turnaround plan, is indeed working. Chair, in few weeks back, I was driving through the city of Johannesburg, the CBD, and I saw the difference. I saw that something is happening there. The city has never been so clean for the past few years. So we see the results of your turnaround strategy. I just want to say keep it up in that sense. And my question, the proposed revenue increase for essential services like electricity and water and wastewater management, which are critical foundation of equitable development, are far ahead of inflation, Mr. Mayor. Can the City of Johannesburg explain to the committee how the increases in electricity and water and waste management supports the government's priority of reducing the rising cost of living to improve the standards of living of vulnerable households and the working class? And the second question on the core is that the National Development Plan pointed out that many households are too poor to pay the cost of services. We know that people are losing their jobs on a daily basis, the level of unemployment, the moving of people from rural areas to urban areas, the city of Johannesburg in particular, who end up not having jobs and having to dwell in the informal settlements. So this implies that effective access requires the state to subsidize the difference between what households can afford to pay and the cost of basic requirements. My question then, Chair, would be, did the City of Johannesburg consider the issue of affordability during the 2025-26 average tariff settings for major services such as property rates, water, sanitation, and refuse? If yes, what level of tariff for major services is affordable for each category user, so that the committee can assess whether the proposed average tariffs for the 2025-26 financial year meet the affordability objective? Quickly on Johannesburg Water, slide number 13 indicates that Johannesburg Water has appointed transitional advisors for PPP and performance-based contract projects. How much has been spent on these transitional advisors and the value for money to be realized in this appointment? On City Power, what are the total electricity losses recorded during 24-25 financial year for both technical and non-technical losses? So I would like to know what has been recorded, and also the rollout of the smart meters, because the smart meters have shown that at least people are forced to pay. But I'm not sure if the City Power is rolling out smart meters enough so that everybody at least could be on smart meters, especially those who can afford. And then quickly on JRA, Chair, given the difference between proposed budget and committed budget for each program listed on slide number 19, how will the City of Johannesburg ensure that its limited capital budget expenditure does not delay the commencement and completion of these programs, as has been presented? And also, the City of Johannesburg cash flow challenges have resulted in later payment of invoices to service providers in the past, affecting the completion of project and the ability of service providers to resource the city's projects properly financially. What are some of the various options the city is considering as measured to address the cash flow challenges going forward? Lastly, Chair, one would be interested to know, how could this committee, as the Appropriations Committee, assist the City of Johannesburg to return to its former glory? We know that this city is a city of gold, is Umjiba. So how can we, because for us it's not just to scrutinize and question the city, but it is also to assist these cities of our country, which includes the City of Johannesburg, to return back to its former glory. We see the city is trying its level best. What is it that we can do as this committee to assist? So let me end there, Chair, although I have more questions, but I just want to give opportunity to other members to ask the questions. Maybe if we have to come back, I will proceed with my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kalaga Mazibuko. Honorable Mkonto, if you can proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I will request that I don't switch on my video. I have challenges of network.
I happen to trust your voice, Honorable Mkonto. Otherwise, typically I would ask you to verify yourself, but you can proceed.
I am here, Chair. Chair, good morning to you, honorable members, the Executive Mayor of Joburg and his team. We also welcome the presentation, Chair, and the apology for what happened last week is accepted.
Thank you.
Chair, the Executive Mayor in his remarks, he talked about the erosion of accountability. I want to know, is that accountability by the legislative arm of the municipality or by the province or by the National Assembly? What is exactly happening in the city? Are the administrators not accountable enough? I'm interested, Chair. The city is also envisioning to attract investors in various aspects, but it is generally known for it to be marked by criminality and people not abiding to their bylaws. And Chair, how do they, or on those two aspects, how are they going to revive investor confidence when it comes to criminality and people who simply not want to abide by their bylaws? And because, Chair, my belief is that it also affects their revenue collection. So how is their budget going to assist to make sure that there is investor confidence in those two aspects? Another question, Chair, is the work-based policing strategy. I did not hear them talking about their informal settlements. Is that work-based policing strategy? Are the informal settlements part of that? And how do informal settlements affect their revenue collection, their indigent lists, and their budget allocation? The issue of outstanding invoices, how much is that in rands and cents? And what is the age of those invoices? And how does that affect their budget, budgeting and expenditure? And then, Chair, their water losses seem not to be acceptable. The threshold is very high. Will the smart meters that they are talking about, will it be able to deal with these water losses and electricity losses in terms of the infrastructure vandalism, infrastructure sabotage, and so forth? And Chair, the last one is, how is the city going to make sure that when it comes to how are they going to fight corruption within the city? They are talking about construction mafias, But I believe those people, they don't operate alone. There is a possibility that there are people inside the structures of the city that are working with those people. How are they going to fight that? Dealing with their finance mismanagement and combating poor governance. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkonto. Let me recognize now Honorable Wakelin.
Good morning, Chair. Are you able to see me?
No, Honorable Wakelin. Are you in Swani?
You see me now? There you are.
Oh, there. Well, welcome. You need lights there.
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, I want to just say thank you to the Executive Mayor and his MMC team, and also to my erstwhile colleague, Mr. Makola, City Manager. Welcome. Nice to see you again. We've been around, we've been colleagues for many years. And also to the MMCs and other colleagues. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for commit yourself to today. And I would like to start off, if I may, Chair, just running through a few matters that is of concern. Let me start off, first of all, with things that's in the media, and I'm concerned. You know, we as politicians know that sometimes we can't believe half what's in social media, and the other half is half-truths. So let me maybe just get to the Executive Mayor and just ask the Executive Mayor, there's just one matter that I'd like to ask you around the bomb squad that you have implemented against what the President's committee is concerned. I want to get clarity. Are these separate committees, separate people? Do you see some clash between the two teams to try to assist you in getting the city back on track? Because the President's office has got an intervention plan. You've got a plan with your bomb squad. So if you can just give me some clarity around that. And I'm also, from what I understood, your bomb squad is not getting paid. They're giving their time for free. And I want to thank them for their service. Apart from, I think, your chairperson that will get some stipend, which is okay. Brings me to the second part, Chair, is the matter of the City Power. City Power has showed losses in the last, since 2019, 23 billion rand. And here's my concern, Chair. Just for the 2024 year, 4.9 billion losses, of which 3.4 is due to non-technical losses, obviously theft, vandalism, and the likes. I really would like to see an intervention plan from some way around City Power. We understand technical losses, but if 75% of your losses relates to non-technical losses, that's a major concern, and the AG has also reported on that. If we can have a good understanding, what is the clear plan? Is there a project plan to drive the specific technical losses? There's a matter that was raised as a concern that other entities' cash positive funds are used to bump up the income of City Power, which has showed that these losses. Is that true? Do we still see the relevance of these entities to drive as entities, or bring back in the fold of the city to manage them better? So it's just a question to either the CM. I think maybe from a strategic choice, the Mayor could also answer that. Chair, then as far as the 2025 budget grants are concerned, I had a very quick look on our current submission. It's not approved yet, but this is on the DORA at the moment. City of Joburg is looking at 8.1 billion contribution coming from us, from the fiscus, 8.1 billion. My concern is that although there have been a increase in the unspent grants, that it has reduced from 714 million last year, it's still this year, it was 428 million of unspent grant of 2024, sorry. I really would like to see that if we're going to contribute to the city of Joburg, which is an economic hub, to make sure that I do spend all the money. And to my colleague's previous question around, particularly around informal settlements, and I want to refer to some material findings that was found with your impact report, and there was three very specific material findings. The one is that it was difficult for the AGA to confirm the amount of houses that were built in informal houses from electricity that has been implemented, the number of indigenous households benefiting from the ESP, as well as the average number of Metro bus passenger trips per working days. So those are the three fundamental issues that were raised. So this year, we're looking at part of the grants, 772 million, that will be submitted for informal settlement. I really would like to ask the city manager to provide a clear plan and direction on how we're going to spend this money, and also make sure that whatever we spend are basically not going to become a material finding again, because those two are interlinked. It doesn't help us to keep on giving money towards a very important project, and we can't even record if we actually have upgraded or not. Then to the CFO, if I may, Chair, the matter of the UIF, I always talk about the UIFWs, and in particular there in the report was a matter around when people are getting charged in disciplinary inquiries, we see resignations follow, and that's it. They close the matters, whereas the UIFWs are not followed through with criminal charges and the likes. I would like to know if they can indicate to me if they actually had followed through with UIFW in cases, criminal cases, after people have resigned and left. I think it's important that we get a sense of and have some comfort that that's actually followed through. And that was also as a matter that was raised by the AG. Chair, UIFW has increased with 13 billion just in the 2024 financial year across all the groups. And that, to me, is a very concerning figure. Not lastly, on the entities, Chair, there is a matter. We saw 2 entities that has received clean audits, and we want to congratulate them on that. Although the city has still got a long way to go, with another 11 that needs to get to the point at least that we can say that they are manageable and that good corporate governance is happening. It brings me to the point, CFO. The group has still a long way to go in achieving clean audits, as what we identified. 80% of the submitted financial statements contain material misstatements. If you can maybe just comment on that. Chair, 2024 saw an increase of 9 billion rand in revenue increases in total. My concern is that the residents don't see that. We saw the decay, and it's always in the news. I really would like to see that the revenue, the 9 billion, will show some cause that people are willing to pay, but they are willing to pay to see evidence. And if the city manager can explain to me if this 9 billion obviously would either go back to the fiscus, or will it be utilized to cover previous expenditure that has not been covered, and particularly from the previous financial years. So yeah, the CFO impairments. It is indicated that over 80% of the debtors book is now impaired. Is that true? That's a very worrying figure. If 80% of the debtor book is going to be impaired, how are you going to collect based on all your strategic choices you're going to make? And it has risen significantly from 43 billion to 52 billion. Then just the last 3 issues, Chair. Your financing cost is 3 billion at the moment, which is quite significant. How are you going to reduce that? And what implementation plans are you got plans in place as far as your financing cost is concerned? And then a bone of contention for me always have been in the city is the matter of Regulation 36 rules. We know it's not illegal to have, but there was a massive increase of Regulations 36 supply chain rules that was utilized for expenditure. How is the CFO going to circumvent that and stop the increase of Regulation 36 expenditure? I also want to indicate to you, Chair, that the expenditure, as far as irregular expenditure, has significantly increased from 0.4 billion to 4.9 billion in the last year. An increase from an emergency for contractors have moved from 9 billion to 52 billion, if I read it correctly. But I'm stand to be, sorry, 98 million to 528 million. Sorry, that's the figures, Chair. So there's a massive increase for expenditure on a contract, and that's through emergency. Chair, I've got a few others, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Wakelin. Honorable Bateman, and then Honorable Moali. I recognize Honorable Siate. You will be last.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the Executive Mayor and to your team. I know that our Chair did make reference to the article in today's press about exposing payments of 55 million rand by City Power for services that don't appear to be needed or justified. It seems the invoices were very inflated relative to the services that were provided. It does seem that there may be some criminal activity going on here. And I just wonder whether this isn't a good opportunity for us as a committee to, through the chair, to request that the mayor provides this committee within a short time frame, perhaps for 30 days, I would suggest, with a full report setting out what's happened and what steps will be taken, if necessary, to recover funds and ensure that there are appropriate consequences for any officials who've been negligent or corrupt. I think it's important, and picking up on the comment of my colleague, that often people find they have a disciplinary hearing and their employment may be terminated, but there's no further consequences. And as a result, the fraud, the embezzlement, the abuse of supply chain continues, and people do not fear being caught out. And it's as a result of the lack of consequences that are meted out on people who are dishonest and who do abuse public finances. I don't want to prejudge this. It's just on the face of it, but it certainly does, I think, warrant an investigation. And I think from a committee's perspective, our big concern in appropriations here is we vote money to the provinces and to the municipalities in terms of the equitable share. But it's critical that the money is well managed and that, for example, that there are clean audits and no irregular expenditure and so on. So taking an example like this and pushing it all the way through to its consequences and its fullest consequences is important to be able to send the right message through all of the public service that it's just not okay. And you won't just get a slap on the wrist and lose your job. You'll end up in jail if you abuse the public finances, as appears to have happened here. Now, again, I don't want to prejudge the situation. It's just a news report. But let's hear what actually did happen. And I'd like to ask the mayor to take the lead in initiating that and providing us with that report through you, Chair. If we go back a little bit further to February, there were reports about Johannesburg. There seem to be regular reports about Johannesburg. We know the city is in a very poor state. In February, the AG's report indicates city falling into a state of complete disrepair in an article by Kuena Mashale. That was the subtitle of the report. And it quotes the AG as saying the city's financial position may not improve to the point where it can pay creditors on time with a 2-month credit availability factor. The AG notes the city's employees are not capable, productive, or effective in managing the complexity of the city's issues. The city's water and electricity infrastructure may deteriorate to such an extent that short and long-term demands cannot be met. The city's assets are stolen, vandalized, fall into disrepair, are hijacked, become obsolete, or are not used effectively. The city's resources are stolen or inappropriately or fraudulently used for the gain of suppliers and employees and not in the best interest of the city's citizens. I mean, this sort of report from an Auditor General is damning, to say the least. And in the private sector, the shareholders would be calling for the resignation of certainly the executive leadership, and going down into many of the departments that are responsible for this. That's what happens where there's proper accountability. How Johannesburg has got away with such mismanagement over such a long period of time is extraordinary. But the report continues to indicate that 77%, 10 entities, submitted financial statements with material errors and depended on the audit process to achieve good quality post amendments. And 36% of the entities within the group submitted annual performance reports that were credible without material misstatements, and 64%, so the majority, had material misstatements of their performance reporting. And so, Executive Mayor, my question is, what steps will you be taking to ensure that there are clean audits of the financial reports and the performance reports of all the various entities? And then there have been two recommendations made by the Democratic Alliance officials, and I think these are sensible. And I'd like to ask whether, firstly, the mayor will insist on lifestyle audits of senior municipal officials, including those working in key departments and the city's entities, and if not, why not? And will the mayor conduct a comprehensive skills audit of the heads of departments within these entities? As I said, if you had a company, firstly, well, in the private sector, if you had a company that was as poorly run as Johannesburg, it would go bankrupt. But the shareholders, before it went bankrupt, would insist on changing all the leadership and getting leadership in place who can actually run the company properly. And so if the mayor doesn't do that for his own executive team and his own public officials, then I think the mayor himself will likely be replaced when the next chance happens at an election. So I want to ask, will the mayor take responsibility for conducting that comprehensive skills audit of the heads of departments within the city and all of the entities associated with the city? Then for the CFO, there was a statement that said a recent forensic audit revealed that 54% of reported service disconnections were found to still receive services despite records indicating a disconnection. There seems to be some of those might have been reconnected, I suppose, by residents, but it does seem that there's some kind of fraudulent reporting going on here. I saw that your report indicated that had the responsibility for those, if I understand it correctly, for the responsibility for those disconnections had been moved to a different department. But what were the full causes of this? And what were the consequences for those officials who were found to be negligent or corrupt in the exercise of their duties? And I shall leave it at that. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman. Let me recognize, as we have spoken before, Honorable Mwali, and then we'll finish with Honorable Siati.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to also not open my video, but it's me, Honorable Chairperson. I think you can see me. I have a few questions. I won't repeat the same questions that have been asked by other honorable members, but from the city manager, I would like to know when last did the city got a clean audit and its entities, except for the two that were reported as improved. But overall, the city, when last did it receive a clean audit? And the person, I would also like to comment on the issue of crime and the enforcement of bylaws, of the city bylaws, because really this has a lot.
That's not any.
The person.
Can we please allow the honorable member to finish, please?
Yeah, I was saying crime and the enforcement of bylaws here, they also speak loudly on the issue of the investors having an appetite to invest in the city. You know, because if you move around or drive around the city of Joburg, really some parts you can see that there's some improvement, but also overall the city is still it's at its dire situation. Really, I would like to know from the management that what is it that they've put in place to try and address this issue, because this is not an issue that was, or that is only for this past financial year, but it's been an issue for quite some time now. And the issue of foreign nationals coming in there and claiming certain parts of the city, you know, where you know that, you know what, this place, this part of the city, it's a hub of the foreign nationals. So what is it that the city is doing? Have you given up? Have you given up the city to the foreign national or to the criminals? Because by the looks of things, really, we are not seeing any improvements. We are not seeing these things being addressed. So really, I would like to get the management to take us into confidence as to what is that they're doing to address this issue. And also, Chairperson, and I'm afraid we get good plans, we get good turnaround strategies, but the outcome, which is the audit outcome, at least that we have from the Auditor General, says opposite to what these plans are saying. And we've been having these plans for quite some time now. Now, the question is, they addressing the issues? Because when you look at the audit report or the integrated audit report from the Auditor General, you would find that the issues that are raised by the Auditor General is not the issues that were raised in the prior only, but it's issues that have been raised over the years by the AG. The same findings, the same alarming issues that have been raised by the AG are still sitting on their financial report, on their audit report. So here, I would really want to know from the city management that what is it that they're doing to address the issues that have been raised by the AG? Because you can have all the plans, but when you look at the output, which is the audit report, really doesn't speak to what are the plans addressing the issues, because they are in the report, clearly stated there. And also, I'd like to know what is it that has raised the unauthorized expenditure to over 2 billion. And also, what is it that has been done by the management to address this issue? Was there any implementation of consequence management as a result? Because you are seeing the amount escalating, and the city has the biggest amount of unauthorized expenditure at the moment. And also, Chairperson, on the issue of the electricity losses, we are 10% above the norm. The city is 10% above the norm on the electricity losses. And also on the water losses, the city is at over 30% above. So, Chair, what is it that the municipality, or what is that the city is doing to address these issues? And this is not the issue from prior, but it's issues that have been with the city. It's legacy issues. When the AG comes and performs the audit, it's issues that have been there and have been raised, and they are out there in public. And if we get such a report from the AG about the city, that speaks directly to the service delivery. That speaks to what our people are receiving. So, Chair, please, if the management can help us on those questions, thank you so much. I won't repeat the ones that were covered by other honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And then lastly, Honorable Siati.
Morning,
Sorry,
Chair.
Chair. Chairperson.
Yeah, yes. Is that Honorable
Honorable
Siati?
Sigede, my hand is also up, sir.
Oh, okay. I will recognize it. I'm just conscious. I want us to get through Johannesburg, because keep in mind, we've got another presentation going. But Honorable Siati, I always know you are a disciplined and loyal member of timekeeping. So I will allow you to proceed. Honorable Siati.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the city executive mayor, to you, Chair, members present on the platform, and everybody who's joined in. And I hope I'm going to be as audible as possible. I have many questions, but some of them members have already asked them. So I just want the first one, which will be on the city's finances, liquidity and insolvency. So with regards to this, Chair, the township industrial development rebates, how much will the city forgo in property rates revenues, and does that make any sense to forgo potential property rates revenue in the hope that it will attract new industrial projects in the city, especially considering the city of Johannesburg's current liquidity position and the liquidity risk of cities, power, and the Johannesburg water? Then I'm going to also be asking questions with regards to the Auditor General's recent reports. So basically, here, Chair, I will just try to avoid repeating what other members have already asked, but I just can't avoid the question altogether. So it has been reported now by AG that the city accepted quotations from bidders whose tax matters had not been declared by the South African Revenue Services to be in order, in contravention of Supply Chain Management Regulation 43, and that some of the goods and services within the prescribed transaction value for compensation bids were procured by the city without inviting competitive bids, as required by the SCM Regulation 19A. So did similar non-compliance occur in the 2024-2025 financial year? That will be my question. And then I'm going to ask on water as well, issues related to water. Some members have already asked on billing, but I will just ask on leakages. So the investigation reports done over several years indicate also that 40 reservoirs are currently leaking, and 22 of them were identified to be very critical. Yet Johannesburg Water intends to refurbish only 18 reservoirs in the next 3 to 6 months of the 2025 and 26 financial year. Can the city of Johannesburg explain why Johannesburg Water is not refurbishing all the 40 leakages that have been identified as critical? Then slide 13 indicates also that Johannesburg Water has appointed transitional advisors for Triple P and performance-based contract project. How much has been spent on the transitional advisors, Chair? And those will be my questions. And I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Siate. Honorable Skete.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine will be, let me also welcome the presentation. The City of Johannesburg, Chair, made a payment for specialized fire and rescue vehicles, including equipment for emergency management services that were not delivered in November 2019, Chair. As an official of the municipality, we did not take all responsible steps within his area of responsibility to ensure that the system of financial management and internal control established is carried out. And it also made that the city of Johannesburg has to pay an amount of 62.4 million rand for goods not received, Chair. Now, which I want to ask, Chair, is that can the city of Johannesburg indicate to the committee if it managed to recover the remaining value of the 8 vehicles that were not delivered, noting that 12 of the 20 vehicles were subsequently delivered by the service provider? And if not, why not? The second question, Chair, is that the City of Johannesburg commenced with the construction of a fire station at Protea Extension 13 in the 2012-2013 financial year without obtaining authorization from Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, in contravention of Section 24F, subsection 1 of the National Environment Management Act of 107 of 1998. So the failure to obtain authorization resulted in a penalty of 2.5 million charge by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, which, if not recovered, is likely to result in a material financial loss. So can the City of Joburg update the committee on this case and indicate whether or not the penalty fee was recovered or not? On the issue, Chair, of water, on slide 13, Chair, indicates that Johannesburg Water has appointed transitional advisors for triple Ps and performance-based contracts project. How much has been spent on these transactional advisors, Chair? And on the issue of the City Power, Chair, I just want to know, since the 44 billion investment is required to address most of the pressing challenges faced by the City Power, when and how will the City Power mobilize the 44 billion needed, considering its liquidity risk, declining electricity sales below cost, reflecting electricity tariffs, and the escalation culture of non-payments? That is my questions which I want to ask, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Skete. Mayor, we are going to be pressed for time. So what I'm going to request that you do, I will ask a few questions. I'll give members of your team to be able to respond quickly. But what I would like to do, certainly on the issue that has been asked by a few individuals, which is this question of this report that's in News 24 about the expenditure at City Power, etc., etc. May I request that you would be able to furnish the committee with a formal report to this regard? Because equally so, I'm sure the Standing Committee on Public Accounts will be interested, but I think more than anything, given that it is happening now, it speaks broadly to the infrastructure questions as it speaks to energy in Johannesburg, given that we have the Minister of Electricity who comes to the National Assembly and makes a strong statement that load shedding isn't happening, yet we are very clear that citizens in communities such as Soweto, etc., experience load reduction. Now, it becomes important that we bring clarity around not only what the performance of infrastructure rebuild in terms of dealing with City Power areas relative to the questions of this of probity that have been raised by this particular report. We can't. We think it's important that as the nature and institution of government be able to account for our own actions rather than being dependent elsewhere. The president came to the city of Johannesburg and came to Parliament and raised the fact that he had engaged the leadership of Johannesburg in preparation for G20. There were a number of issues that were raised there. Mayor, I don't know if you can bring us into confidence as to what the fruit of that has been, where it's going, etc. It was important to speak really about the IPTS because the Ministry of Transport has got appropriations that have been put forward, not only on the taxi recapitalization issue, but on a number of mayors or of metros as it speaks to Rea Vaya, whether you've been impacted on those. And then I think looking prospectively, the last question I want to question and then to think prospectively, SAP as a billing system, I had engagement with the leadership of SAP, and SAP tend to claim that ultimately the modernization question as to how we build the system in Johannesburg is going to be crucial. I'd like to understand, maybe from the CFO, how billing is going in Johannesburg as it relates to SEP, because it is also a similar challenge. When we had an engagement with Eskom, SEP is one of their service providers, and they are cited as original equipment manufacturers. So therefore, from a supply chain point of view, they are heavily reliant on them. But the dilemma with it all is that obviously we know the history of SEP, state capture, all of those kinds of issues. Where is Johannesburg in relation to that? And speaking about Eskom, clearly the DAA program that Eskom is putting in place as to how municipalities repay back their debts is, I appreciate, Mayor, as you that I think you allude to the fact that Johannesburg has signed, and I think we can't allow for Eskom to be able to shift the blame towards the city of Johannesburg, whilst the city has already entered into arrangements with them. And I think prospectively for the future of the city of Johannesburg, what future investment you'd like to make. And I think for us as a portfolio committee, I do think without a shadow of a doubt, the 1 trillion rand that has been allocated in infrastructure built over the medium term, the majority, well, I have to be careful not to talk about the majority. The allocations speak to ports, they speak to energy, but I do certainly think that a significant component of that needs to go towards a city such as Johannesburg and rebuilding its infrastructure, because I think it's common cause. We get Johannesburg right, we get the country right, and the converse is also true. So let me allow the mayor to respond in that regard. Mayor, it is now 11 o'clock. I want to move to the next presentation at about 11:15. So if I can ask the team to be brief, to be quick, and then if I can ask that any supplementary information, if you can finish it in writing, that would be helpful. If we can try and do that by the end of this week, as the committee early in the week will begin to consider its own report as it goes. Let me allow you and your team to respond.
Thanks, Chairperson, and we'll try and do it in 15 minutes. And I think as you have already given directives, all other issues that are critical will then submit reports to you. We'll start with the city power. We'll not go into it right now. We'll submit a comprehensive report, including this response to the media queries around the issue that relates to city power. We have also made a decision, Chair, that if you can see that our UIFs are in fact declining and we have structures to help us recover the money, that will also cover in the full report about the issues raised by Honorable Skede, just around Protea and the issues around the ambulances. So you will see in the full report what consequence management we are doing and what are we doing to recover. So rather not respond fully, but submit a response through a report to you. Also on the financial issues, you'll see that we have also spoken about the debtors book. And part of it is also around the discussions that we're having on selling the debtors book and looking at the options so that our debtors can be reduced, and all other things that we're trying to do in terms of cleaning our debtors book. And also we are looking at how we are increasing on our revenue collection, especially in terms of government and business. We do know that domestics do have a lot of challenges, but we are also looking at how we are going to increase or rather correct our ESP register so that we can assist those that have financial challenges. We do note some of the issues raised by the AG. I've requested the city manager to respond because the particular program that we have put in place as approved by the mayoral committee last week, which will be focusing on how we clean all the issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. So we are responding to those issues to ensure that all those matters of emphasis are addressed so that in the next audit we have cleared them. Work has already started to clear some of the issues as raised.
My apologies, Mashile, have we lost the city of Johannesburg or is it just me? Can you let me know?
The state secretary.
I think there's a problem with connectivity from their side. We lost him as well.
No, we can proceed. Now I can hear. Mayor,
our technician was there. Can you hear me? Okay. as and when we appoint senior officials, we could go through a process of vetting. And of course, the state security has also been part of the vetting process to ensure that we deal with all issues of integrity and all that in relation to also confirming academic qualifications and all the certificates. We did, of course, conduct the skills audit in 2024. 2024 around November to try and check whether our skills are at the right place. So we have done that as the question was asked, and we can produce a solid report and send through to the chair so that we could see what we are doing. In terms of consequence management, we have now established the DC board as approved by council, and we are now starting, and you'll see that yes, since 2021 until 2024, there were no real consequence management in the city, but with the approval of the DC board, which was approved this year by council, will now be acting, and you'll see in the next report around 2025, 2026 report, you'll see that we have acted on those issues. I thought I should just give a brief highlight on some of the key issues that we have raised, but also have made a commitment that management must, as part of our turnaround strategy, that they must collect at least 200 million daily, with also having given them an instruction on ensuring that we spend around 95% of our budget. So there's a clear indications, and we are holding them accountable in as far as that area is concerned. We've also said the bomb squad, in essence, it's here to assist us to work better. You need to acknowledge that the bomb squad, in essence, is basically a response to call to action. And all of you as members of the committee has also acknowledged that there's been decline and there's been urban decay in Johannesburg. We need expertise, we need people who have historical knowledge, institutional memory, and hence we have put together in the team, we've got former city managers who are going to give support to this administrative leadership so that we can address some of the issues that we are doing. So in essence, the team is really there to support management, a PMO of some sort, with an intention to make sure that we can achieve what we want to achieve. I think I'll stop there and probably then allow. I think the issue around national, which is more of a political issue, we have, of course, engaged with the Minister of Police, and through that agreement, Home Affairs is also represented in the agreement, and part of it is to deal with undocumented and illegal foreigners. And we can indicate in Johannesburg, in terms of our stats from January to June this year, at least 500 of undocumented and illegal immigrants have been arrested and hopefully been deported by Home Affairs, and we continue to do that. And I think last week, in an operation between JNPD and the SAPS, just around 18 of them were also arrested, and hopefully Home Affairs will then deport them. So there's work that we are doing in that area, but yes, it's true, the numbers of undocumented in Johannesburg are higher, possibly than any other city in South Africa. We are doing the best we can with the help of the SAPS. We have given an indication and clear instruction post our Lekotla in relation to Joburg Water, and they presented their turnaround strategy at the Mayoral Committee in February, March, together with City Power. And part of the strategy, we're holding them to reduce at least their losses by 10%, and we can demonstrate the savings in terms of our bulk purchases, so that in this financial year, we're forcing them to reduce by 10%, hoping it will then incremental as the financial years, the future financial years. So that's what we're trying to do. The biggest problem with water remains, of course, our leaks, and we're doing as much as we can. In terms of illegal connections, at least those that were able to respond, and we are responding as much as we can on illegal connections. Informal settlements, we do have an informal settlement grant, and we are addressing most of the issues as raised in terms of informal settlements, including issues of safety. City Power has also started rolling out high mast lights to try and reduce the impact of crime in the informal settlements. They're also doing microgrids. We've done one. We are doing another second one, which is a 4 megawatt in the south of Johannesburg to help us address energy issues in the informal settlements. So I thought I should just give a high level on some of the key issues that we are doing. We've considered tariffs quite seriously in the city, and as you can see, once we also passed our tariffs in our budget, we tried as much as possible to accommodate the challenges that are faced by our communities, to keep them as low as possible. But over and above, we've also asked City Power to look into industrial businesses on how we can also reduce both their water and electricity tariffs in an attempt to try and contribute towards bringing industries into Johannesburg so that we can grow the economy. So City Power is looking at the model to reduce the tariffs on business, the same way as Joburg Water is looking at the best tariffs that we can reduce for businesses in Johannesburg so that we can attract investment in our city. We're still struggling with a bit of late payments to our suppliers. We've now put in place a team that meets every Sunday. They look at all the invoices. They look at the age analysis, and on the basis of that, we are able to prioritize and be able to pay suppliers. So we hope the next financial year will see a much improved commitment towards payment of suppliers. I'll allow the team to then be brief in the next 5 minutes. Just point out at the key issues that the committee has raised. All other issues will satisfy the committee through the reports that we are going to submit to them. Thanks, Chair. The City Manager will just point to the key issues.
No, thanks very much, Executive Mayor. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Mayor, I think you've covered in the main the big issue, but if you scan through the questions, I think there are 3 things that come out in the main. Is the AG issues and the audit. Chair and members of the committee, we have worked through the last 3 months with the 18 members of the executive to ensure that we tighten the controls, because in the main, if you look at the issues raised in the auditor report, is issues around controls. So we've agreed at an executive level that indeed our controls requires tightening. Not that the controls are not there, they are there. They require us to be tightened. So we've taken the accountability to the HODs and the heads of the entities. So we will not accept any recurring findings except those that are of a technical nature. As an example, Honorable Member, you raised the issue around the information on the informal settlements and the work we are providing from City Power and Joburg Water and the quantification, because in the previous audit, there was an issue that we are using ESCOM data as opposed to the City Power data, which we've clarified through the AG in terms of electrification as part of the informal settlement grant that we are spending in Johannesburg Water, Johannesburg City Power, and JRA in terms of informal grant settlement. The other matter that the AG raised, Chair, was around, and I think Honorable Bateman raised the issue around the audit of performance information. We have implemented a system called Power BI. We've issued clear instructions on the audit information. The performance information must correlate back to the SDBIP and correlate back to the scorecards of the heads of departments and the accounting officers. So that system has given us the improvement. As an example, if you look at the information on the extended social package, vis-a-vis the work that we've done in terms of informal households that are benefiting from that system. So we are improving the registration, but also we are providing clear evidence on which areas we provided vision. So the Power BI is helping us to do that. In relation to the financial control, specifically between, because that's what the AG really was complaining about, the coordination between the group and the entities. We have implemented the FI, which is a system that then coordinates the financial statements being done between all the entities and the group so that we simplify that. The last issue, Chair, was really around the billing system. We've done an upgrade onto the SEP billing system. We've also had a clear session with SEP to indicate to SEP that we want SEP to give us alarms. If anyone enters into the system outside of the working areas, we want an alarm that goes to myself, the group CFO, the group ICT, so that we can be able to intervene. So we have done an upgrade. I think we'll, in the report, Mr. Mayor and Chair, we'll then grieve what we've done in terms of improving SEP. The other matter is on the issues around crime and the bylaw enforcement. Chair, you would recall that Joburg 10 Plus is a crime preventing strategy that the city adopted 2011, and we are implementing that. But what it means is that we are bringing in development planning, we are bringing in health from environmental health perspective to tighten that, and I think that intervention will really help. And so the last one is around the transactional advisor. We are working with GTAG, which is an entity of National Treasury, and they are the ones who are actually helping us to appoint those transactional advisors, because we are focusing on how do we use off-balance sheet financing. We are in discussion with DBSA to give us money for infrastructure, particularly on those 4 entities: water, waste, electricity, and the roads. And we are at an advanced stage with DBSA to get the additional funding to focus on infrastructure. Chair, our capital investment in the current year, starting July, is biased towards those 4 entities, but in the main, dealing with the infrastructure so that we improve service delivery and improve collections. Let me close it at that, Chair. Thanks. The rest we will put in the formal report as annexures to the questions. Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Ian.
Firstly, Mayor and the team, thank you so much for, whilst I appreciate that today has been rushed, I want to appreciate your inputs. I want to appreciate the presentation and the spirit with which you have engaged the session today. We certainly, from a committee point of view, will look forward. If I can request, if that report, on the number of issues that have been raised by members, notwithstanding the city power issue, at least allegations of corruption there, all those, if you could finish us with that report, certainly within 3 days, that means that that has to be put before the committee, before the end of the week, that's by Friday, so that actually members are able to consume that prior to next week when the report will be put together. I would value that. And I would appreciate that part of the discussion that we're having, Honorable Mayor, was being able to come through to Johannesburg with a number of members so that we can have an engagement about the city and local government. That will take place when the committee undertakes part of its oversight and the work that it needs to do. But broadly speaking, let me be appreciative. Let me appreciate the written report that comes through, and let me thank honorable members for their inputs. I think I can close this particular component now so that we can move on to the Department of Health.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to the honorable members.
Thank you very much, team from Johannesburg. You can disconnect the Mayor, otherwise we can still hear your discussion. May I request, honorable members, the drinks are being served. You can collect them wherever you are. But in proceeding, let's move to the Department of Health in this regard. This is cost-saving mechanism. We have to make sure that we look after honorable members in these difficult times. Honorable members,
submit invoices.
we have Uber Eats being delivered to you as you speak. So wait. Government will deliver. Earlier on, we'd received an apology from the Minister of Health, Dr. Oran Motsoaledi, who is with the Director General, Dr. Sandile Buthelezi. They are both in Brazil for the G20 Health Summit. The Deputy Minister, Dr. Joe Pahla, is in Bali in Indonesia today, also attending to official business. That would be interesting official business in Bali, if I could take it like that. And so Professor Nicholas Crisp will lead the team today, along with the Deputy Director Generals, who will then take us through the presentation on health. Dr. Crisp, Professor Crisp, let me welcome you here today. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to the presentation in the same way, and thank you for your indulgence in taking time to start now. The members have all been given the presentation, so they have it. It won't be crucial to go through each slide. We want to be able to sufficiently go through questions and engagements. That's what our work is. And so if I could be imposing and say, if you have half an hour for the team to be able to go through the salient points that you can take us through the presentation. There are a lot of slides, but that would give us enough time for members to be able to ask questions and for you to be able to respond. Honorable Siati. Honorable Siate, please, can you mute your device, please? Professor Crisp, let me welcome you and thank you so much for representing the team there, acknowledging the apologies that have been sent. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and good morning to all the honourable members. In the interest of time, just to clarify, the Minister and the DG are actually at a BRICS meeting. The G20 meeting was last week here in Johannesburg. Then representing us here, we have quite a large number of members of the EXCO of the department, but in the interest of time, I won't introduce everybody. We also have, we will be splitting the presentation between a number of us, so I'll be starting and I'll be ending, but in between the CFO and a couple of the other senior members of the department will cover a few of the slides. I have asked them to keep it very high level. Chair, am I going to be able to share the slides from my side, or will the Secretariat share for us?
Mashile, if you are able to assist the Prof, and then we can go.
Thank you.
I'll do that. You can go ahead, Professor. I've given you
I can't see anything at all on my screen. I'm not sure what the problem is.
So you've been given sharing rights, Prof, so you can present from your side, I think.
Okay. All right, let me do that. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much. Now I just need to get rid of. Okay, once again, thanks very much. We'll try and go through as quickly as possible. This first slide just tells us what you asked us for, and the second slide is just the way we've organized the presentation. We'll deal with all the money matters up front, and then the human resource, then we'll go to infrastructure. We'll talk about quality and adherence to norms, then we'll go to the donor support, and then finally about equity and access. Just because of I think it's not always clear to committees, and I certainly have never presented to your committee before. We need to recognize that what we are reporting on is the budget of the National Department of Health, but we are a concurrent function with provinces, so the bulk of the money does not sit in our budget, and you will only see parts of what happens in the health sector in this presentation. Nonetheless, we are a national health system, and we take accountability for policy and planning. So we will be referring to those. We do administer many pieces of legislation, but the key ones relating to health financing are the National Health Act, and then, of course, the Medical Schemes Act and the National Health Insurance Act, which is not yet in law. We will talk about the way in which the public health sector is financed, not the whole health sector, because I don't think your questions are about the private sector at this stage. So I'm going to hand over directly to the CFO, and he'll take us as quickly as possible through the preliminary budget allocation, and he will cover accruals and contingency liabilities too. CFO, Mr. Patro Mamakale, I'll change slides for you.
Okay. Morning, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Prof. I'll go through the slides. We can go to the next slide. On the next slide, Chair, we're just indicating the total budget allocation for the National Department of Health, as the Prof has said. So in terms of this, we're showing the sources of funding, which is the voted earmarked conditional grant that goes to provinces, the indirect grant. So we're having the total budget of 64.8 billion. So out of that, we also indicate that about 84.6% of this total allocation goes to the service delivery programs, which we have indicated. Those program 3, program 4, and program 5. On the next slide is the same, but we're indicating in terms of economic classification. We also indicate that about 89%, which is about 57.6 billion of this total budget, is allocated to the provincial departments of health, as the Prof has said, in terms of conditional grants. We also have about 3%, which is 1.9 billion, which it goes to the entities of the department which are under program 6. And we also do have the 3.8%, which is normally the indirect conditional grant being implemented by the national department in terms of the construction and maintenance of health facilities in the provinces. The next slide is just the narrative, Honorable Chair, just indicating the movement of funds from the previous financial year. We can go to the next slide. On this slide, we show during the Minister of Finance budget speech, he did indicate that there's a provisional allocation to health sector. So that allocation is for the provincial health compensation cost, unemployed doctors, community health care workers, and the goods and services. So we also indicated the allocation over the MTEF, so it's 20.7 billion. So just to indicate, Chair, that this funds has not yet been appropriated, so we're still waiting for National Treasury to indicate all the requirements and conditions and the breakdown in terms of that. And also we have those priorities that have been agreed in the National Health Council. On the next slide, we go into the conditional grants. Just quickly, just to indicate that we had an increase of 2.4%, which is about 1.3 billion, but the next slide, it has those details. Also that the main increase is just to cater for the cost of living, and also the main growth is within our NTSG and the district health program. So on the next slide is a table, Honorable Chair. It shows all the monies that I've indicated. So if they look under 2025, 2026, so that is the column that we're referring to, both in terms of the draft allocation and also even in the middle where we shows the increase and decreases, and also lastly in terms of the percentages increase and decrease in terms of each conditional grant. The next slide is in terms of the indirect conditional grants, in terms of the infrastructure, that there is an allocation for Siloam Hospital. So that was the first allocation because we got approval from the budget facility infrastructure of 858 million for the hospital, and also the continuation in terms of the allocation for the Limpopo Central Hospital of 568 million. So in this next slide, we're just showing other indirect conditional grants that we have just to assist the department to provide the services and support the provinces, which include the CCMD, DIT clinic, and also in terms of the information systems that have been indicated. So we'll go through that table. The next slide. In terms of accruals and the contingent liability, quickly, I'll just indicate what we have, Honorable Chair, is that our accruals is increasing. But here we just did an analysis so that you could see from the previous financial years in terms of the actual expenditure of 250 and also the allocation of 259 in the previous financial year that we had. We only had a growth of 3.5%, and our accruals were sitting on 21.6 billion. I think we have indicated in terms of each province. And also we indicated that the main appropriation, if you you exclude those accruals, you'll see that we only had 237 billion, which is definitely lower than the previous year spending of 250 billion. And also if you check the growth when we remove that accruals, it means we started with 5.2% less than what we had. On the next slide, what is important here is just to note and that our contingent liability was sitting 121 billion in 2020-2021, but currently they have been decreased to 62.4 billion in 2023-2024. So we're just waiting for the current year audit so that we can have the figures. The next slide will show what we have paid in terms of contingent liability. I think the figures there you will see. The next slide. This is what we're doing to manage the contingent liabilities. What we indicating here, it was just constitutional count that we had in case of the MEC in Gauteng that was taken in 2021. What it said the department, it must pay the 100% in monitoring in terms of paying all the summons. If you continue, you'll see that also as a department, we adopted a policy where we wanted to not to pay a once-off, but then to have a process where we can provide the future medical treatment to the patients, which has also been taken in terms of the Judge Kitley, you'll see under bullet point number 3, which has also paved the way for Eastern Cape High Court in terms of Noila. So in terms of that Noila cost is exactly just to say the department must provide the future medical treatment and all other services can either be in the private sector or the public sector. But then in terms of that, it was an appeal. So in terms of alternative dispute resolution here, just the issue of mediation. We can conduct that mediation at any stage. But just to indicate, Honorable Chair, that this mediation is a voluntary process, so we can do it at the beginning and also as we proceed with the processes. But it will assist us to reduce the legal cost that we'll have through the processes of defending. The next slide. Here it was with regard to South African law reforms. Here what is important is the second last, just to indicate that there is a draft report. In the draft report, they recommend 2 bills, which is the litigation bill, which it will be administered by Department of Justice, and also the second bill is the redress bill, which it will then be administered by Department of Health. So we're just waiting for that final report. Next slide. So here it's the SIU, the investigations. I think we all know that. What is important here, I think we all are aware that the plaintiff attorneys, they are taking 25% contingency fees, but we also want to determine if they are taking that 25% of the future medical treatment in terms of the expenses, because then it will mean the actual cost or the actual money that's been given, it has been reduced by that 25%. And secondly, to make sure that we can provide that future medical treatment in the public healthcare facilities. Also, what happens that when we have lost the case and we've paid the money in terms of the 100% paid to the plaintiff, but we still have in the instances where the patients, they still come back to receive the services within the public healthcare. So those are some of the issues, but then they're doing the whole investigation on Honorable Chair. So we just indicated and highlighted those two. In terms of my presentation, it will be those two. Then I will just then hand over to the HR for health, Dr. Bayeni.
Thanks very much, Dr. Bayeni, as the Chief Director responsible here. Lebu. Dr. Bayeni, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, DG. And
okay, please go ahead.
Let me try and put on there. Yes, thank you very much, actually, DG, and greetings to the members of the legislature. And continuing with the presentation, we just opted to start by reflecting on the context in terms of the need for additional budget for HRH, and we're just reflecting, which is also similar to a parliamentary question we just responded to last month. We're reflecting in terms of the trends from the previous 4 financial years, looking at the PaySal vacancies as they appear. And this is just a synopsis, just reflecting the magnitude of the problem. And as I said, the question was specific previously to those categories. And I thought, we thought as a department, let's just show and reflect on that reality. And if we could see, these are the vacancies that have been there in terms of the provincial spread and breakdown, especially looking at those categories. And they range to a total of 15,640 in the other previous year to about 26,258 in the financial year 23-24. And when we reflect from April 2024 to March 2025, there is also about 29,097. We can confirm that these are obviously accumulative in terms of some of the posts would have been carrying through from the other previous year. You may pass, thank you. And when it refers to the current budget that has been allocated, we can also confirm that there is an impression that it might even remain inadequate for the current compensation of employment, especially considering the pressures that are there, as reflected even from the previous slide. But also we do know that the members are also quite aware that there has been some comments, demonstrations, and even some literally petitions in terms of the unemployed healthcare workers that are also looking for some compensation. Equally so, there has been some pressure from the current employees in terms of the pressures that they feel the replacement of posts. And we feel that the current allocation is likely to just sustain the current workforce without necessarily having any potential or possibilities of new prospects of new employment. Equally so, we are considering and looking at the current allocation as having a potential risk of not being able to replace any attritions that may take place, especially those that would have been due to other reasons for leaving employment, whether it be age or any other reasons. And we are also being mindful that the current budget will obviously get a strain if we were to consider any potential bargaining resolutions or obligations that we have to also implement in the same current financial year. And obviously, we're saying that sorry about that. We are saying that it definitely looks like it might not be adequate or manageable to even respond to the current vacancy rates, which are currently standing, if we look at the equally so from the same picture that was raised from members, medical officers are sitting at 9.42%, nurses were sitting at 14.22%, as well as radiographers at 15.70% in terms of the current vacancy rate. Coming also to what is another reality that we are faced with, which is if you look at our current placement program that we refer to as the Internship and Community Services Placement Program, we can confirm that in terms of 2024 community services, this is the number of those that have completed their mandatory or statutory requirement of being in the community service placement as reflected from our system. So we can confirm that we have released a grand total of 6,083 healthcare professionals, which by virtue become now independent in terms of their registration and eligible for employment into any permanent position or even as well as independent practice. But that is the reality in terms of the numbers that we are able to account that we have released through the community service platform. This is what then also led to what we also know, and we prefer to refer as the minister's announcement in terms of this presentation. Because having looked at that reality, the minister's announcement was based on projections which were following extensive and ongoing continuous engagement with the National Treasury. And of course, at the time, there was also a need to respond to the unemployed healthcare professionals. Not only those that have been showing demonstration in the form of doctors, in the form of pharmacists that also toyed, but also we are aware that we have released, and it's part of the 8,000 who have completed their services in end of December as well as up to April. And what we know is that as much as the department or government is not the only employer of choice, but we still maintain and admire to be the employer of choice when people are looking for employment. So we had to respond and find a way. So the minister's announcement was based on trying to respond to that. And as members would understand that there was also a delay in terms of the processes of budget being tabled, and ultimately on the 21st, the budget was tabled, but we can also report to the members that it has not been inclusive of the requested top-up allocation that was actually the basis of the minister's announcement. And what we can report and know at this stage is that the distribution will be by National Treasury to provinces through their system of equitable share formula. And we may not be as involved in terms of how that responds or how that allocation will then be able to be dispersed. And as a result, where we stand as the National Department of Health, in response to the minister's announcement, we are sitting in a position where we are a bit uncertain as to whether the actual top-up that would be allocated by National Treasury would be in response to what the minister had announced in the form of the 1,200 medical officers, 300 nurses, as well as 250 other healthcare professionals. But we can also report to the committee that on the other side, we are committed and still continuing to do our own work in terms of improving efficiencies within the HRH space, especially when it comes to the conditions of services. And as a result, members would be mindful that there was even an announcement by the minister that even was confirmed by a gazette, where the minister had also announced and appointed Ministerial Advisory Committee to look into the reviewing of the policies, especially amongst other policies that are of priority. It's the four that deal with remunerative work outside the public service, RWAPs, as well as the committed overtime, rural allowance, and community service, with the hope and the anticipation that the Ministerial Advisory Committee would be able to give insight as well as guidance into what becomes the future prospects of these policies. But being mindful as a department that intention is to improve on efficiencies and ensuring that we can be able to manage the limited budget that we have. Thank you very much, Acting TG, and thank you to the honorable members.
Thanks, Dr. Bayeni. Okay, Honorable Chair, we're now going to move to infrastructure, and Mr. Christy Engelbrecht is going to present. I've asked him also just to keep it high level, but there are many slides, so he'll go through them very quickly. Thank you. Christy, over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, Chair, honorable members of the committee meeting. I will quickly go through the slides. The first slide is the factors that's shaping the health infrastructure planning and delivery. So of importance that we need to take into consideration, that we need to take in political factors, economical factors, regulatory factors, society factors, as well as industry factors for the shaping the infrastructure planning and delivery. Next slide. Now, of importance here, we focus on infrastructure, the planning, is we're focusing on a national infrastructure plan, and that's very important because why are we focusing on a national infrastructure plan? Infrastructure, as you all know, it's very expensive to erect and maintain, and once a building is being erected, you can't move it to another area. So we must choose the most appropriate site to meet its objectives. That's of importance. Also, what we need to take into consideration, health facilities has a limited lifespan and it must be maintained, replaced or refurbished over a period of time. Then we need to take into environmental factors, but which is constantly changing for infrastructure, populations move and changing shape. We've got climate changes, and then we've also sitting with evolving technology, health technology, that is also influencing our health facilities. Of importance is the distribution and quality of health facilities in South Africa due to the complex history, and there's a substantial disparity across the country around health facilities. And what we address over a period is, over the period of 10 years, we address critical variables that can be potentially more predictable in the future. Next slide, Prof. So we're focusing on based on the draft of the 2015 National Infrastructure Plan Phase 2 and what is relevant for the health infrastructure for acceleration. We're focusing on infrastructure delivery priorities. We are focusing on health infrastructure planning. Next slide, Prof. We're focusing on infrastructure policy, and we're also focusing on infrastructure maintenance. Next slide, Prof. Then we've also taken into consideration the Presidential Health Compact for 2024 to 2029. Pillar 3 is the infrastructure pillar. And the objective of this pillar is the improvement of the execution of projects where we align with the infrastructure delivery management system as well as the framework for infrastructure delivery and procurement management. Then we're looking at the optimization of a project portfolio. In this regard, we've developed a health infrastructure portfolio system, what we call HIPS. Now, the health infrastructure program system is a database system that uses integrated data, where we're focusing on the various components to determine the supply and the demand, the data, or the factors that we are focusing on. We are focusing on our current projects, the master facility list. We also take a look at the GeoTerra image, or what is the development in urban and rural landscape. Then we take into consideration the district health information system, the condition of the facilities. We also take into consideration factors like Stats South Africa, growth projections, and what is the current maintenance on these facilities. What is important here, what is critical for us to determine the infrastructure gap, which we should concentrate, and then provide a prioritization mechanism for planning around that. And it also considers the current and the future periods around that. Of importance here for this infrastructure plan, we need to enhance planning and prioritization of facilities. We also take a look at the efficient resource allocation of new capital investments to make the best use for the funding. And then we also take a look at identifying funding requirements and also exploring innovative funding models. And we're also focusing on to concretize the vision, mission, and objectives of the National Department of Health. And we are focusing on the infrastructure needs on the portfolio program level instead of an individual level. And also of importance, this health infrastructure portfolio system is a more standardized, objective, and scientific method for prioritization. Next slide, Prof. So this is very important. With the first 10-year infrastructure plan, we've done a comparison at that time till the time now. And what we look at the backlog of revitalization of healthcare facilities from the 1st of December 2026, and we've done a comparison on the 13th of June 2025. The maintenance of primary healthcare in 2016 was about 475 million rand per annum. It moved the maintenance of the existing primary healthcare facility to about 1.3 billion, almost 1.4 billion per annum. Replacement of the current existing primary healthcare facilities, it does not include new facilities. What we need to focus on that. And that was in 2016, 7.8 million. And in 2025, it's now 103 billion. Sorry, that 7.8 billion for the replacement in 2016. The maintenance of the current hospitals was in 2016, 247 million per annum. Now that maintenance of the existing hospitals in 2025 is now 4.15 per annum. Now, the replacement of the existing hospitals, what we've determined, if we are currently taking to the current replacement of existing hospitals, it's about 262 billion. That is, there is no escalations incorporated. That's as the present picture now regarding maintenance for facilities. What we're taking a look at the condition principles, we've got a condition status as well as a rating. And we've got a table there that shows you the annual maintenance cost. If a condition facility is very bad, then it's 3% of the replacement value. And if it's good, it's 0.8% of the replacement value. Of importance, that is for annual maintenance, that is your everyday routine maintenance, ongoing maintenance for the facility of your operational budget. Capital maintenance is a major refurbishment or a replacement of parts of the facility. If it's very bad, you've got a rating from 1 to 5, very bad to very good. If it's very bad, it indicates 110%. Now that 110% is the replacement value plus the escalation of that current replacement value. That's why it's showing more than 100% there. So it goes from 110% down lower. Then we've also taken a look at the pillar condition, what we've done, the assessments, we're getting our rollout of the user asset management plan that we incorporated into the health infrastructure portfolio. We've also incorporated all the user asset management plans that we receive from the provinces, and also assessments that we've done in all the provinces that we receive from them, the inputs. What we're also doing is we're doing a prioritization of facilities where we determine the business risk exposure of these facilities. Now, the business risk exposure of a facility is the probability of a failure linked to a specific condition of a facility. Multiply that by the consequence of a facility, consequence of failure linked to that population served around that. So there you determine the business risk exposure. Thank you, Prof. Next slide. This is just the indication. This pie chart just gives you indication building by provinces and hospitals, as well as building of primary healthcare, the building areas by the provinces. Next slide, Prof. This indicates to you the state of hospitals currently. We can determine the current state of hospitals per province, per facility. But what's important here, you will see we've got the replacement cost as well as the capital maintenance, the annual maintenance. The only one that we need to ignore here is that the dependent population is overstated in these tables. So ignore the dependent population because it counted the level 1, 2, and 3. So that column is not correct. Then we've got the probability of failure as well as the business risk exposure. Next slide, Prof. We've also got a similar with regard to graphs because we've got live data. It determines the information can be updated on a daily basis, but this is with regard to the state of the primary health care that we've currently, so you will see there. Then we've got the condition of the hospitals. It indicates the colors with regard to what is the C2, C1 till C5, the ratings, what is the condition of the district hospitals, regional hospitals, even go down to the specialized hospitals around that. So we can determine the condition of the hospitals around that and the condition rating. And then we've got the condition rating of hospitals per province that indicates with regard to most of our condition of our facilities is a C3 condition. So that's about the standard of the current condition of the hospitals around that. And you will see this very small area for excellent hospitals. Next slide, Prof. So how we do a condition assessment or where we're taking the information of the facility, we've got a health infrastructure mobile that we do the where we do a collection of the data of that specific facility. We can use it online as well as offline of getting that specific information. And that provides you with real-time data validations, high-quality data. And we also integrate that into specific reports and dashboards where we can determine the dashboards of the specific or the current facility level. This is just a slide of the condition assessment app. This is what we've done currently in the Eastern Cape. We've got about 867 facilities. We've done about 289 of the facilities where we've done the surveys. And we see there that there's about 220, the overall status complete of these facilities. Thank you, Prof. Next slide. This is also give you the Eastern Cape pilot where we've done this condition assessment. It will give you the colors here. And the different colors indicates what is the suitability index versus the operating performance index, where you compare the suitability index with the performance index. The green area indicates more towards what is optimal, and the red index, it gives you more towards what is outside the suitability index. Luckily, we don't have a red area here, but there is yellow areas. Then we've got the condition prioritization list. We can get a condition priority list out of the system where we've got the exact facility, what is the condition, what is the annual maintenance, what is the replacement cost, and what's important is the probability of failure as well as the business risk exposure. Next slide, Prof. Of importance, we've got a few challenges, not a few, but we've got a lot of challenges in the health infrastructure planning and delivery. Of importance is the data accuracy and management. that we're focusing on, as well as the data standardization and integration, and that's why we focus so much on the health infrastructure portfolio system. And then we also need to take a look at the imbalance in infrastructure investment, focusing on new infrastructure upgrades and additions. And then we are also got the maintenance funding and policy direction that we are currently busy with a maintenance strategy policy where we need to focusing on specifically regarding maintenance. Then also the governance models that we are focusing on, as well as resource limitation. We've got a lot of resource limitations currently in the infrastructure environment that we need to address that. Due to the fact that we've got complex procurement system as well as inadequate resource teams, that has got us a challenge around that. Then also current effectiveness of the provincial maintenance models. That's why we're focusing on a comprehensive maintenance strategy that we're doing from the National Department of Health. Current backlog. We've got a strong commitment towards the infrastructure delivery regarding backlogs, staff shortages, as well as unreliable utilities that we are focusing on. And we're focusing on improving our data and reliability. That's why we focus on the health infrastructure portfolio system. The adoption of the life cycle asset management approach, the banded maintenance management tools, what we call it through the infrastructure development management system that we're focusing on. We also focus prioritizing budget reform towards maintenance, but we consider of ring-fence the budgets of maintenance for the specific facilities. Then another priority for us is the governance structures and the procurement models, specifically geared towards infrastructure, based on the fact that we've got about 36 policy and regulatory frameworks that we need to take into consideration regarding governance as well as procurement models. Then we need to focus, we're also focusing on evaluation and strengthening of the provincial maintenance models. And then we also focusing on this top-down commitment from the presidency and the Health Infrastructure Ministry to drive reforms and accountability. Thank you, Chair. That's all from myself.
Okay, thanks very much. So I'll go quickly into the question about adherence to norms and standards in our facilities, and the statutory entity that does this is the Office of Health Standards Compliance. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, except to say you can see from the 2019-20 year, when the Office of Health Standards Compliance first started setting up inspections, until the 2024-25 year, the number of each of the types of facilities that were inspected, what were found compliant with the compliance ratio. And you can see over a period of time, the change both in the capacity and number of facilities being inspected by the office, as well as the improved compliance rates. That because what's happening is people are beginning to understand what is being inspected. It's very visible where they are failing in the inspections, and then they're able to put improvement plans in place. So if you look at this for clinics, this is the improvement in compliance, community health centers, district hospitals, and so on. And even on the private acute hospitals, we're seeing this is the numbers are smaller here because this is quite new in the inspection schedule, but we're seeing improvements in private facilities as well. There's another way of showing them here on the right, which I won't go into, but you can see the encouraging trends of compliant versus non-compliance across the various different facilities. It's quite a comprehensive set of compliance standards that are measured, and they are different for each of the different types of establishments. And overall, you can see that the numbers of inspections and the compliance inspections is increasing, and the district hospitals remain our biggest challenge. And this now links back. It's largely facility and infrastructure related, and that's why the concentration that Mr. Engelbrecht referred to in the maintenance, particularly in the district hospitals, they're the largest in number, and they're spread quite widely. Many of them are very rural and quite hard to maintain. So that's where a lot of this focus is taking place, making sure that we're able to use proper facilities with proper emergency and resuscitation equipment. This also just shows HE as health establishments, the routine inspection of public health establishments and the routine inspection of private establishments. So what happens is there's a primary inspection that's done, and then sometimes the follow-up is done to make sure that those that were non-compliant have actually adhered to the reports that they were given. And we are seeing very encouraging improvements in the compliance with the standards following those reports. These next couple of slides just show you in the 24-25 period the current shift that we are seeing. We're still seeing a few problems in the Free State and in some parts of some of the facilities in the Northern Cape, but for the most part, we are starting to see quite encouraging improvements for everywhere. The same goes in the user. These are the different domains that are reported on, inspected and reported on. It's not just on the facilities, that's this part on the right-hand side, but it covers user rights, clinical governance and clinical care, which we are obviously very concerned about, and then the clinical support services and the human resources management. This is an area of focus, and this is why Dr. Bayeni was referring to our disappointment at not being able to fill all of our posts, and that increasing number of vacancies that makes it very difficult for the people who remain in the facilities to provide and to score better on their compliance. In the private sector, this is the picture across the same set of governance standards. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. Morawani, who will take us through a few slides about the donor support, because you asked about the withdrawal of the PEPFAR funding. Reverend Morawani, are you there?
I'm here.
Prof, can I just impose to say that if we could then begin to move with speed, because I'm realizing we're starting to regurgitate the exact detail that's on the slide, and I'm a bit nervous that we go through that process. We won't have time for questions. May I ask that we just go through the high-level aspects and then we can move on from there, please?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm sure Mr. Morawani's heard you. Rams, just
Okay.
high level, please.
No, thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much, Chair. And under the protocol that's established, I'll deal with matters pertaining to donor support, which in this case refers to PEPFAR, which is Presidential Emergency Relief for AIDS Relief. We just need to, on this slide, really share with the members the size of the problem we're dealing with, which is known. We have spoke about it in the media, 7.8 people living with HIV and AIDS, and about 5.9 of them being on treatment. Next slide, please. Now, between April 2023 and March 2024, we accelerated on tracing and linking people back to care. 360,000 people living with HIV and AIDS were brought back. That we're using a system called the Centralized Chronic Medicine Dispensing and Distribution Program, which allows people to collect medicines closest to where they live at the comfort of their place, of course, after being compliant with clinical requirements. Next slide, please. As a country, the minister launched the 1.1 million project, meaning we want to trace 1.1 million people and link them to care so that we can attain 95% of the treatment, which if we had time, I would explain what the first 95 is and second 95, but our major area of concern is that our middle 95, which is people that are on treatment and remaining on treatment, is not moving. So that's why we want to treat 1.1 million people. The next slide, please. Now, in January this year, particularly on the 20th of January, when the President of the United States was inaugurated and sworn into office, he made a declaration that is going to stop funding some of the programs that they were funding in the country. And for us, it was those services that were funded through PEPFAR, and we call it it was called to stop work order. It came on the 20th of January. And what does it mean? It means the partners that were supporting us under CDC, which is Center for Disease Control, and the other one under USAID, which is United States Agency for International Development, were then in the line of fire in terms of this stoppage. And that stopped for about 90 days, if people know. But later, the CDC one came back to be operational, and the US aid in the main remained terminated. So meaning the partners that were supported by US aid remained out in the cold, which is where a large number of people lost their jobs, services were disrupted, people started to complain, researchers were not able to do the work, and therefore the noise genuinely supported because people's lives have been disrupted has been mainly about that. But it's not wholly the entire of PEPFAR, but it's about the US aid that has been affected. Next slide. Now, the implementation of Operation Putuma has enabled us that in spite of the termination, we are able to sustain the services that were delivered, albeit obviously with some disruption in areas where the services were not part of the packages of care for routine delivery of services, but in the main, our services were disrupted. So, and in this regard, I must say, we continue with the centralized chronic medicine dispensing and distribution to our people, and therefore people can receive their treatment when they go to the facilities. Next slide. Now, what did we lose and what did we gain? In this case, we just want to report that because PEPFAR was supporting us in 27 high HIV/AIDS high burden districts, which is where the bulk of the issues are, and this was in 8 provinces except Northern Cape. They were not supporting us in Northern Cape. The 27 priority districts are at 7 in KZN, 5 in Eastern Cape, 4 in Gauteng, as members would read in the slides that we have submitted. But in total, they were present in 2,772 public health facilities, which is where they were supporting us. And they were also running 20 specialized clinics that were independent of government, which is the ones that I say majority of them were not delivering the services that were routinely part of the basic service packages of the Department of Health. Staff members that lost the jobs, at the beginning, yes, it was 15,539. But when we really went to work further, we found that it was 8,061, which were under US aid, which is what we're battling to secure. Next slide, please, before I end for my part. So what did we do? We went back and forth and did an analysis ourselves, and this analysis was done internally in the Department of Health. And there's not been any period where ourselves and Treasury were not in communication. Contrary to the view that we only communicated recently, there's not been any space. We've been in communication. We're guided by National Treasury. We complied with everything that they required. And the last submission that was made was where we requested that the funding should come through. And what are we requesting for funding? We're requesting to fund research for research work. We're requesting to fund for for the services that were terminated in various areas. We're requesting for funding of the key personnel that we call patient facing. And to that extent, we have submitted a budget that's about 1.33 billion, which is really for our services that are in the facilities, coupled with, supported by about 400 million for research organizations. So we have submitted that and we are waiting. How do we communicate to the nation about what we're doing? We present regularly. We've presented, we continue to present to South African National AIDS Council, which is presided over by the Deputy President of the country. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. A very big issue covered very quickly. Okay, so I'll go through the last issue that we were asked about is equity and access, and there was a particular question about acute malnutrition. I think it's important to understand that we are trying to manage the whole national health system, which is defined in the law, but it's quite difficult because of the two parallel and inequitable systems. So we are, as you know, embarking on a national health insurance where we want to get the funding into one place, which is a global trend where we can get a better handle on this national health system and how we pay for it. The other problem that we faced is, of course, what we call social determinants of health. These are largely outside of the control of the health department, and they're not part of our mandate, but they burden the system. And that includes poverty, personal violence, traffic violence, and all kinds of other things where we end up having to deal with those disasters and pay for them out of the health budget. Many of these are not easy to predict, and therefore they are not budgeted for, but we can't turn the patients away. And so we are seeing acute and chronic malnutrition in certain parts of the country, and we treat those patients who arrive like that. As you know, we already spend 8.5% of our GDP what we are worried on healthcare, but what we are worried about is the divergence in the increase in spending in the private sector as opposed to the public sector. This is notwithstanding the fact that at government level, the latest figures show that we are still spending about 15% of government spending on healthcare. In the private sector, what we are seeing is ever increasing growth in the spending in particular hospitals and specialists, rather than what we see in the public sector, where we are spending more in the primary health environment and preventive health space. I think everybody knows by now we spend about 1/5 in the public sector of what we spend in the private sector. So about 5,000 Rand a year per person in the public sector and about 26 to 27,000 in the private sector. In real terms, we are seeing a flattening off of expenditure in the public, in healthcare in the provinces. But if we look at the real Rand value, this is the problem, and this is why we are finding it difficult to employ people and to sustain and maintain our facilities. So we're moving into a space, we hope we are moving into a space where everybody is valued the same, not some more than others, and where people don't incur financial hardship, and we can run a proper health service that looks after everybody. Of course, this means that we will still have the National Health Act, and we will use the National Health Insurance Act to change the way that we pay for it. I think by now everyone's aware that this means that we will have one fund, we'll use the primary purchase of health services, and that it contracts directly with service providers. This will be a major upheaval, and it won't happen in a small space of time. We need to address this dichotomy over a longer space of time, where we end up with a purchaser-provider split, and we will implement it in 2 phases. This first phase is getting the infrastructure and foundations in place, and then we will move into the second phase, which will be a longer and more sustained phase. It will take time, but we are one of the signatories to the United Nations General Assembly Universal Health Coverage Declaration, and so this is the guiding principles that we are using. This is my last slide. The fund does not exist yet. We don't have a mandating, we have the mandating law, but it's not promulgated yet. That will happen in terms of the Act over a long period of time, with different sections being brought into law at different times. And what we will do now during this MTF period is make sure that we strengthen the health system. Both the public and the private sectors are guilty of a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse. There's huge duplication. We estimate that about 50% of everything spent in the private sector adds no value whatsoever to healthcare. And so we need to control those costs while fixing the serious challenges you've heard in the public sector. So in conclusion, thank you very much for hearing us. I don't think we were able to do justice to everything that worries us on a daily basis. But Chair, it was a pleasure to be here, and we'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And naturally, we're not the health portfolio committee, so in some ways, many of the other issues are ventilated there. We simply are dealing with some of the budgetary items that go into the issue. So I appreciate you being able to present here today, and to the team writ large, and just your inputs into the committee. Let me allow for honorable members to be able to pose questions. And I recognize Honorable Mwali, Honorable Mkonto, Honorable Siate. I don't see any other hands other than I see Honorable Waitlin, so there's a few there. So let honorable members, noting the time pressures we are under, let me allow all right, Honorable Kalega Mazibuko, let me allow Honorable Mwali to go.
Together also, Chair.
Got you. I will take more hands as we go, and then we'll go from there. So far, we've got Honorable Mwali, Honorable Siate, Honorable Mkonto, Honorable Kalega Mazibuko, Waitlin, and Sigete. That's it. Okay, let's proceed. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have 2 or 3 questions. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Member.
Okay, thanks, Chair. The most strategic matter with health is the costing of the funding of shortfall emanating from the withdrawal of the USAID and SEPTA funding. So the department chairperson should enlarge the committee about the costing that they have submitted to the National Treasury, and this should include the overall quantum of the funding required. The funding required by province and different components of the funding. Is it for research, for health personnel, for medication? So can the department indicate what is happening in the meantime while the National Treasury is processing this funding request? And then chairperson, for slide 16, the size of accruals and the impact that it has on the budget is very concerning, chairperson. It means by the time the committee allocates the budget through the appropriation bill to the health sector, already there will be a huge deficit that consume the limited allocation. So some of these accruals, Chair, are due to late payments of invoices, which are associated with interest charge on late payments. So, Chair, these are unnecessary leakages in the sector that is so critical and underfunded. So what is it that the department is doing to address this? So, and then lastly, Chair, can the department give us a comprehensive report on the PEPTA fund? And the emphasis here should be on the monitoring of the National Treasury, because they've also indicated that the funds are urgent. The funds are allocated. The funds are allocated urgently, and the allocation should reflect the cost incurred by them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mwali. Next would be Honorable Skete.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Thank you, Chair. The last time when we had engaged with the Parliamentary Budget Office, Chair, their analysis indicate that South Africa has approximately one doctor for over 3,000 patients. And moreover, worryingly, Chair, National Treasury and the South African Medical Association reported a loss of nearly 9,000 healthcare workers in the public health sector last year, likely worsening for doctor to patient ratio. And furthermore, the World Health Organization identified a minimum health worker density of 2.3 skilled health workers per 1,000 patients. Chair. Now, my question, Chair, is that based on National Treasury and South African Medical Association reported a loss of nearly 9,000 healthcare workers in the public healthcare last year, worsening the number of healthcare employees related to the population rate. Considering this, what were the deeper causes behind the loss of 9,000 healthcare workers in the previous financial year, and what has been done to address those deeper causes? What will be the impact of this loss on the public health sector ability to deliver core services? My next question, Chair, the financial health of the public health sector has been under immense pressure over the years because of the limited budget and poor financial management. Limited budget and poor financial management have resulted in the public health sector prioritizing spending on medicine, medical equipment, and other essentials at the expense of allocations to maintain healthcare facilities. Now, can the public health sector explain why it has allowed spending on maintenance of health care facilities to fall given that persistent underfunding of maintenance of health care facilities deteriorated the capacity of these facilities, raising future costs. And lastly, Chair, as regard provisional allocations for frontline services with 20 billion, does the public healthcare sector have any idea about the immediate availability of these funds for critical frontline services to ensure departmental certainty? Chair, that is my 3 questions which I want to raise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we allow Honorable Mkonto?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, we welcome the presentation. Chair, my first question will be on the ambulance system, the ER. We all know, Chair, that that system in the rural areas is very poor. So my question is, Chair, in this budget that the Department of Health is presenting today, is there any plan in place to improve the emergency response, specifically in the rural areas? We know that some factors are beyond their control, like poor road infrastructure and so forth. But then, what is in according to their budget is going to address that? Another thing, Chair, I want to know if they do have. We all know that according to our constitution, everyone has a right to access healthcare services. But then there is a strong allegations that there are people going around healthcare facilities taking specifically chronic medication and go and sell it locally and in the neighboring countries. My first question, Chair, is the DG and his team aware of that? Have they done any research? And what is their plan to combat such activities where the health system is being abused? And then I will come to the human resource chair, the vacant positions, the percentages that we have been given, as to according to the budget that is available now, how much intervention is going to be provided there? And then how many of these, what is the percentage of these vacant positions are being funded? Maybe in the 2025-26 financial year or the outer years according to the MTEF? And how much is needed to ultimately fill all the vacant positions? And maybe to ask Chair if they are aware of, does this country have unemployed people with such expertise that are needed? And how many are those people? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkonto. If I'd seen Honorable Wakelin, but I see your hand has gone down, so I will revert back to you. Let me then move to Honorable. Are you there? Okay, Honorable Wakelin, if you can proceed.
Oh, Jay, sorry, you were quite quick on me, but be as it may, just 2 matters, if I may, please, Chair. The first one, to further the point of Honorable Mkonto, is the matter of undocumented foreigners abusing the system, and my concern lies more in the assessment, and do we actually track at the moment the total waste, or not, let's not call it waste, total abuse of the system by our neighboring countries of people coming in. Let me use an example. and particularly mothers that are delivering their babies in this side of the country. And once they've done, they go back to their country, and the system have been abused like this by undocumented foreigners. Is there any tracking mechanism at the moment? What do we do to curb that? And that's additional to the medicine that has been provided and sold across border. The second matter I would like to check on is the matter that we visited the hospitals, is the matter of contingent liabilities as far as insurance claims are concerned, or medical claims against, and particularly obviously cerebral palsy children. Do we have a plan? Has there been any significant steps taken in that direction after our last engagement with the Department of Health? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Waitlin. Let's move to Honorable Galega Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the health team for the presentation. Chair, looking at the presentation on the conditions of healthcare facilities as well as the number of facilities that are non-compliant still, the question that comes to my mind is, are we ready for the implementation of the NHI? If we were to implement it sooner, are we ready? And also to piggyback on Honorable Mkonto's question on the corruption within the system by the users, I want to ask the e-health system rollout. How far is the department with the rollout of the healthcare system? And where it has been rolled out, how effective it is to detect some of the issues that were raised by Honorable Mkonto. And Chair, once of course total real per capita spending on health increases over the medium term, will this increase in per capita spending be sufficient to cover the medical price inflation, which is higher than the consumer price inflation? And my other question is on the AGSA. The AGSA's analysis, Chair, in 2023 indicated that poor record keeping of medical records was still not being attended to by the health department in 4 provinces, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, and Northern Cape. So has this poor record keeping of medical records been corrected or improved in these provinces? If not, how do these provinces produce quality, reliable information on medical legal claims to enable adequate oversight? And also on the AGSA analysis also indicated that the public health sector entered a 3-year contract with a service provider for the development of the case management system to assist with medical legal matters. Yet provinces, Chair, are still using manual systems. When will this case management system be rolled out to all provinces to limit risks identification and the ability of the public health sector to act on those identified risks? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Galega Mazibuko. Honorable Siate.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Greetings once again. We also do welcome the report from the health team. So, Chair, I have 3 questions as well. So, Chair, the Eastern Cape has been leading the public health sector since 2018 to 19 financial year regarding the value of the medical legal claims. What I would like to know is why is this the case? And with regards to a lot of cases of negligence, Chair, and I'd like to assume this is because of not adhering to the norms and the standards that are set out by the sector. This then becomes the main root cause of, patient injuries, which result in the medical legal claims being instituted against the medical health sector. So has the public health sector ever conducted internal investigation to determine if the medical staff is actually liable for the medical legal claims instituted against it. And if this is not the case, there's not been any investigation, so thorough exhaustion of system of trying to mitigate why is this the case, then why has that not even happened? Why have there not been a report and investigation thoroughly to understand and undergo this, the actual root causes, and why are we in that situation? Then lastly, Chair, considering that the current budget allocations are inadequate for the current compensation of employees' pressures, how will the public health sector bring the compensation of employee spending in line with the available resources? That will be my 3 questions, Chair, and I will leave it back to them to answer and get back to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think, Prof, my question really speaks to the allocation of funding as it speaks to NHI. The National Treasury permanently make the statements that say that we're allocating funding. Your presentation speaks to Siloam Hospital, Queen Limpopo as an NHI funding. And I think it distorts, A, the principle of the fund, and B, what the actual budget requirements for NHI are, at least from Treasury's point of view and certainly from the Ministry of Finance point of view. If we are to, and I don't want to get into a whole discussion about NHI, certainly I'm looking forward to having the Minister of Health come and present on the broad funding requirements for NHI. But I do think there is a certain distortion, especially when it is put forward in the budget, and then secondly, when provinces also allocate in this regard, it becomes fairly confusing. I think my other question really speaks to this issue of medical legal claims. When we were in Gauteng and did an oversight as a committee, it became common cause that the departments were settling claims from the previous years rather than actually in many ways not dealing with the current claims as they sit. Now, in your presentation, you are making proposals that payments should be done in kind. And whilst I accept the dilemma that the department faces, that someone comes and consumes the same services back into the public health, has there been an appropriate study that demonstrates how costing can be done? So if I, as a private medical aid holder, wanted, for argument's sake, to go to a public hospital to get a liver transplant, has there been an appropriate costing for what that service would cost relative and benchmarking against the private sector in that regard? The NHI discussion has also had, as I think Honorable Skete was asking the question of proportion of medical practitioners to patients. I just want to understand, how have you found the skills retention? Certainly, often people, when you look at the nature of underwriting of services, and certainly in gynecology, you find that it's become a bloated expense. And so South Africa, in of its essence, is losing that skills base. So I'm asking, especially in obstetrics and gynecology, I just want to understand whether, are you of the view that the Ministry of Health adding the budget allocation this year speaks to an additional 800 doctors, if I was not mistaken. I'll get the exact number. But I just want to know whether you feel that there's enough of a skills base, at least at the tertiary level of medical intervention, that you are retaining in the country, given the broader public discourse on NHI. And then I think, along with my colleagues, we can have a multiplicity of debates around immigration and the rights of immigrants within countries. But I certainly know that on oversight, every time we speak to provinces, they're almost certainly in gynecology and natural births, etc., they cite this very issue of immigrants coming in. How is the department, at least, rather than let's have we're not here to have a conversation about border management, but I guess I'm here to have a conversation more broadly about what we're doing in the SADC region to try and have some form of funding mechanisms bilaterally with countries. Is there thinking around that, or how does the Prof see this particular issue? We could have a ton of questions, but I really want to reduce them down to the issues of appropriation and policy as it speaks to appropriation. And that's why I've narrowed my inputs really into NHI and where we sit there. So, Prof, if we could go in that space, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to honourable members for the questions. I want to allocate the questions to do with PEPFAR. I'm going to ask Mr. Morawani to deal with, and then the finance questions, the CEO, the HR questions, Dr. Bayeni. If we can start, because the first questions were on PEPFAR, Mr. Morawani, if you can just keep the answers short, and we'll patch up and respond in writing if we don't answer adequately. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thanks, Prof. Yeah, look, I think as I indicated around the PEPFAR issue, the money issue really is about to go to one entity, which was one of the two major entities that were funded by PEPFAR, which is USAID, which is United States Agency for Development, and that the staff that lost their jobs, as I indicated, are those staff that were employed in the main by USAID. But in our own analysis, we found that that's the staff members, where majority of them were actually the staff that were in management, and we are able to then sift through to get our own the staff members that are called patient facing, because this is what we really value most, and we're able to therefore use those as a submission that we're making to National Treasury for National Treasury to help us with them. So of course we are not able to absorb any staff members, and of course we are not able to absorb people in management, because that's just not what they were doing the work for, support of the department. But we really focus on the lower categories. Yeah, thanks very much, Prof. I think that's how I can end. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. I think the question was asked about the costing. So the Honourable Member Mawili asked about our costing. We've done a detailed costing. We've done it several times as the environment has changed. And yes, indeed, as one of our slides showed, we have made a submission for a number of things. There was a separate submission for 400 million support for the research that's been lost, the research funding lost. And there was a separate request for backup of a lot of the services that we have lost. It's nowhere near the 8 to 9 billion that is totally lost to the system. And that is being absorbed by the provincial administrations by taking what was a vertical program and integrating it as far as possible into the primary healthcare system. They are still finding their way, and there are still holes all over the system, and that's the portion for which we have asked for additional funding. And I'm sure in the coming year we will get there. So CFO, do you want to take over on the questions regarding the accruals in particular and the other finance questions? Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Thanks. I think the first one that I will start with, there was a question relating to provisional allocation on how immediate that funds will be available to the sector. We had a meeting after the budget speech with National Treasury. We were also concerned, we were asking Treasury how soon can we have the funds. So at this stage, Honorable Chair, we're not yet sure. We're still waiting for indication from National Treasury, because we were also concerned as we wanted to start with the recruitment processes of that 6.7 billion, which has been allocated in the current financial year. With regards to accruals, just to indicate our accruals, it has been increasing. In 2021, 2022, we're sitting on 16.8 billion. As we also went to 2020, 2023, we went up to 19.7 billion. And with the figures that I've indicated for 2023, 2024, we were sitting on 21.4 billion. And we're still expecting the trend to continue. I think you will see in terms of the budget growth, we're only sitting on around 3.5% as I've presented. So the accruals is increasing. So the increase in accruals, the impact is that that money gets to pay the debt from the previous financial year, and then hence the provinces, they are unable to pay all invoices within 30 days. So it will have a direct impact in terms of the payment of invoices within 30 days. With regards to, there was a question also, just going through, relating to that there is a funds that we are using on the medicine, the equipment, instead of the facilities, just to indicate in terms of the conditional grants that we are having to provinces, which is 7.2 billion, is to assist then the provinces to be in a position to do the maintenance and also do the construction of the new facilities in the provinces. But of course, as the colleague from infrastructure he has presented, it remains a pressure in terms of the sector to have the available or enough funds to do the maintenance of all the facilities within the provinces. The last question that I can also respond is with regards to case management system, and that the system, it has been developed at the national department, and the provincial departments, they are using the manual systems in terms of managing the medical legal. It's true, the system, it has been developed at the national department. Currently, we are assisting the provinces to capture the historic data into the system, while we also allowing the provinces to start capturing the current data as we proceed. So at the national, we have appointed the data capturers, which they have been distributed in different provinces to assist in terms of capturing the medical legal cases into the system. So the intention is that that system, it should be utilized by all provincial departments in the country. I think, Prof, I have answered the questions. The other ones, I think they are more inclined. Colleagues will
That's
go
fine,
through them.
thanks. I'll catch up anything at the end. Dr. Bayeni, want to answer about the 9,000 staff turnover and the issue, other human resources issues, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, and thank you to the honorable members once more. In response to the first question, maybe we would like to share with the honorable members as well that the reports that get to be circulated inter-alia include your placements, which are statutory placements, which therefore means by virtue, when we end the financial year or the academic year, that is equally a statutory year, those resignation or those cancellations of work would then be reflected. That also contributes towards your 9,000 that would have been also mentioned by the honorable member, because those will be the terminations that will appear even on PESAL as part of having been terminated in that particular year. However, we do also acknowledge that because of the financial constraints we have been going through in the last recent years, we have been unable to do what we would have ideally wanted to do, which is to replace attritions within the same financial year, whereby if you do get to resign in that particular year, we would have ideally wanted to replace. But we can confirm and plead with the committee to assist our plight that we have not been able to do that in the way that we would have wanted to. Hence the opening slide, which had also reflected on the accumulative vacancies, because we do have vacancies that we have not been able to fill in the last 2 or 3 years. And that is the status in terms of, and the member asked as well in terms of the impact. Indeed, it does have a bearing as much as we try to make ends meet, but it would really help in terms of ensuring that quality care that we want to provide is optimized in terms of having to be assisted in the replacements of those vacancies. Coming to the second question, I hope I did manage to do some justice in that answer. And also maybe to top it up as well as the reference that was made by the Honorable Chairperson in terms of the ratio thereof. Yes, we can confirm that as of February, when we're responding to a parliamentary question, PQ 2993, which was asking about the ratio, we can confirm that we are currently sitting at a doctor-patient ratio of 1,001 is to 2,000 on average, which obviously is a bit of below what is expected in terms of WHO, which is 1 is to 1,000. But we can also confirm that as a country, we do sometimes understand that we are behind, but also WHO has confirmed and reported that it's only 2 countries that have been able to match the 1,000 expectation. So that is also being reviewed. However, on our part, we are trying to ensure that services are not crippled as much. Hence, you will hear that we talk of services of outreach, we talk of mobile services, but equally so, we ensure that we do what we call sessional appointments, especially for specialist services from private practice to ensure that the service themselves or itself is not compromised. Coming to the second question by Honorable Chairperson in terms of how do we perceive the challenge in terms of the tertiary and specialist services, especially vis-a-vis the announcement of 800 doctors by the Minister of Treasury. We can confirm and agree, honorable members, that amongst our pleas is to try and improve, especially when it comes to strengthening tertiary services, because we have seen a challenge even in terms of our registrar posts, which we do fund from our equitable share that we have declined in terms of the intake because of trying to balance. Unfortunately, we end up having to balance to say, let's rather appoint a permanent medical officer and maybe pause on a registrar post for a particular year, trying to balance service delivery issues. So we have noted, but what we're doing in terms of ensuring that the skill is not lost, most of our medical officers in the specialized units are equally supported in terms of doing even a mere diploma in that specialty. I know the honorable member has mentioned obstetric and gynae as an example. So to maintain the skill and make sure that they are at the level of specialist level or services, we try and equip the medical officers with the trainings in terms of the diploma, but we also do continuously do in-services training that are meant for those that are in the specialist services not to be left behind. We are in talks and ensuring that we are amongst the issues that we're raising in terms of support and supplementary funding is to also support the registrar training program. But we can still maintain and report that there is ongoing talk even with the Committee of Medical Deans in terms of ensuring that the training platforms that they are part of in terms of joint appointments do not compromise in terms of the specialist services that are there, because we do accept and understand that when our patients move from their areas to a specialist service, they don't expect to be just treated by a generalist, but to also get a specialist services as they are referred for that. But it is amongst our pleas and plights that we are trying to beg your assistance on, if we could be able to be assisted in terms of improving our allocation, especially in terms of the specialist services as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. So I'll just get a couple of last unanswered questions or things I wanted to add. The one is that the Honourable Segedi asked about the pressure on the limited budget together with poor management. There are a number of initiatives to improve management, get better oversight by boards in hospitals and clinic committees, and to standardize the way in which delegations are managed in the public health system. And we think that that will begin to bear fruit, but it will take some time. But it does mean that because the sector is basically underfunded, you saw the 29,000 unfunded vacancies, there are people who would like those jobs, and they're the ones who go out and strike that Dr. Bayeni spoke about. We'd love to employ them, but there just isn't the money. So one is making choices all the time in the provinces about whether to buy medicines or equipment or whether to fix facilities and to do other things, and we recognize those problems. Obviously, getting control of any overspending that takes place and making sure that things happen quickly is a large part of what we're trying to do now. Several people have asked about the people from foreign countries and our neighboring countries and what do we do. Indeed, we have a very strong relationship with our neighboring countries. We're working with them in various regulatory frameworks. There are some agreements. We are talking about pooled procurement in the SADC community, and there are ongoing discussions. But you can't stop people from coming across the borders. And even if we send invoices to some of these countries, they would not be able to pay us for it. From a clinician's perspective, you're left with no choice. If someone comes who's been shot, you don't say go back to the police and and prevent the shooting after it's happened. You have to care for the person, and this is a very similar kind of response we have to have within the health system. So we are frustrated, but we were asked, what are we doing about documenting these foreigners? Well, that's also a challenge because there are a whole lot of South Africans who are not documented, and there are a lot of people who are foreigners who are documented, but they give false addresses at different names and so on. And it's not possible with the current systems available for us to detect that. However, we are working with the Department of Home Affairs. We are beginning to get better systems in place. There's a process in the presidency for dealing with an electronic identification of peoples, and we are working on the health patient registration system now to do biometric identifications of everybody. So as our systems get better, it's far easier to tell that the person that we are treating is in fact the person that they say they are when they come for that treatment. There are no quick fixes in this, I'm afraid, and it's quite an expensive process. As far as there was a question about, are there any unemployed South Africans? Yes, there are plenty of unemployed South Africans. During COVID, we managed to employ tens of thousands of additional people who are qualified. They don't leave the country. They go to other jobs and they try and find jobs to keep themselves employed because they can't find that employment in the public service, and they don't necessarily want to work in the private sector and have that responsibility of themselves. Our information is that in fact there's a net gain of health professionals, not a net loss. And that's one of the things that when Dr. Bayeni explained about the 4 human resources policies that are under review at the moment, is to see, do we still need them? Do we still need this community service, or should we be reducing it and managing it differently? What do we do with the remunerated work policy of outside of the public service, etc.? And that should realize some savings, but it's not going to solve all of our problems. There was a question about the facilities and establishments being non-compliant and how many will we be ready for NHI. NHI is a process. It will take many, many years to get to full implementation of national health insurance. It does not mean that every facility needs to be compliant with those standards on day one. And that's why subsection 12 that deals with accreditation provides for conditional accreditation, so that we do not stop services, but that we look after them and insist on quality improvement programs so that everybody is systematically improving. And we are not trying to deny people from healthcare. As far as the e-health is concerned, I think there are a number of initiatives. The main one is the electronic medical record, which we are busy with in the primary healthcare space. That will be the portable record that everybody will have, linked to the health patient registration system and the master facility list. We are very happy with the progress, and that system is now being in sites in 6 provinces where we're not quite fully rolling out yet. It's again, it requires a budget for the rollout. There are also hospital information systems in provinces. Some of them are old legacy systems that can't do what we want them to do, but they're very promising systems in the Eastern Cape and in the KwaZulu-Natal province that we are looking at quite possibly for rolling out as national systems. Those provinces and some others are scanning old records and incorporating those records into the electronic records as they create the new files. And this is, again, is an ongoing project. It's expensive, it's time consuming, but it is definitely improving. So we think that with the medical claims, I want to make one comment about medical claims, and that is that you will have seen that the liability is about halved in the last 5 years. And the reason for that is because we have become very wary and identified, together with the SIU investigations, the lawyers that are cooking the system. At least one has been found guilty, and there are others under investigation and have been stopped by the SIU and the other law enforcement agencies. There was some evidence of collusion in the Department of Justice and various offices, and also with staff in the health and the finance departments, where there's deliberate losing of files, selling of files, and so forth. The head of the SIU is now starting to charge people under Section 17 of the Health Act for illegally being in possession of patient records, which, by the way, they steal to prevent our cases from being formed. So there are many, many challenges in that space. But yes, investigations are done every time there's some form of alleged medical negligence. And it's very seldom that we can prove direct culpability. Things happen when you're understaffed and you're tired and you don't have all the equipment. And so sometimes patients do get hurt within that environment within hospitals. We've all experienced this in our clinical lives, and we try to minimize it through constant reviews with the staff. I'll come to the Honourable Chair's questions last now, and that is, Chair, you've voiced what I've been unhappy about for the 4 years I've been in the department, and that is labelling money as NHI when it has nothing to do with NHI. There is no NHI, there's no funds for the NHI, there's no payments of NHI, there's no NHI fund established yet. All the money that is presently labeled NHI and all those grants that the CFO showed you are all about health system strengthening. And that's on the provider side, which is not what NHI is all about at all. So we should really be labeling those expenses as very necessary health system strengthening expenditure. And that included the vast bulk of it is infrastructure, but some of it is also on contracting of private practitioners to do work in the public sector. In terms of skills retention, we are succeeding in retaining people in the country, but we're going to begin to lose them if we are not able to employ them, because not everybody wants to go and work as a private practitioner. Yeah, I think that we've just about covered everything. I noticed here there was a question about ambulances. All provinces have ambulance replacement plans. We have responded to parliamentary questions in the last 6 months on ambulances. The roads in some parts of the country destroy these ambulances very quickly. And the contract that we have across the country for the maintenance of ambulances is under review at the moment, because we're not happy with the turnaround time on the servicing and the maintenance of ambulances. There is also a program for replacement of ambulances across provinces. We're very happy to answer specific questions on that, because the provinces have recently given us a lot of information. Chair, let me stop there. We could say a lot more, but I think you have the gist of what we've been trying to convey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. And what we will do, if there are any supplementary questions, certainly members will write to the department and then we can get through. I certainly want to invite the Minister of Health in being able to come and let's have a presentation, a discussion on NHI and its funding prospects going forward, because in some ways it is about healthcare economics, not rather what some of the program aspects that have been deemed NHI seem to me. And therefore, I think it adds a lot of public confusion, because, and that is the provocation of my question. So I think that might be best served in the sense that if we can have a full, proper brief also about the entire medical funding in the country, whether it's mandatory, what the state's contribution is, and equally so what is out of pocket, if you like, so that we can have a proper broad discussion on that score. So let me thank the department. I don't think there are follow-up questions, but if there are, I'll invite members to write through. I think at this particular point, we will take the presentation, take the responses, and I truly appreciate the department from coming through. Wish you well, and thank you so much for coming to our portfolio committee. Thank you so much, Prof. and the DJs.
Thank you all very much, and goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Before we close the meeting, honorable members, we are in the process of finalizing, obviously and naturally, applications for next week. Tomorrow, we begin at 9 a.m., again on a virtual platform, to take the presentation from I think it's a cooperative governance and traditional affairs, to which presentations have been sent to members. So we'll begin tomorrow at 9. I want to conscientize the members that we are obviously, this week being committee week, there's obviously member training for the rest of the week that is taking place online. You would see in the schedule for next week, there's a consideration of a report by our committee on Tuesday on pension funds, and then there's another one obviously on Thursday. These, obviously, we're meeting in person on Monday to consider both. We're busy in the process of trying to adjust the schedule. So all of these issues are being dealt with as we go. Mashila, I don't know if there are any other announcements from your side.
No, it was spot on. Thank you so much, Chairperson. The only thing that I want to bring to your attention is the apology that is received from Honorable Kwankwa was not able to attend our session today. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. As I did say, but we did receive it much earlier. I won't receive any other apologies. Honorable members, time being 12:58, I want to thank you for what has been a marathon session. I appreciate members staying. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, colleagues. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.